Chapter 209. After looking at Yixing for a while, Lin Tongyu revealed a look of realization. She exclaimed, "So it's you." Obviously, Lin Tongyu recognized Yixing. Lin Tongyu's impression of Yixing was very shallow. At that time, Yixing was only a 5th-level martial artist. To Lin Tongyu, who was a martial saint, he was completely insignificant. Lin Tongyu was only kind enough to help Yixing and Wei Qingxian out of the Azure Cloud Mountain range. Lin Tongyu had a deeper impression of Wei Qingxian, because Wei Qingxuan's beauty was simply too stunning. Lin Danyu herself was a beauty. Many disciples of the Falling Star sect even called her the #1 beauty of the Falling Star sect. However, she felt that her appearance was slightly inferior to Wei Qingxuan's. Women were very concerned about their appearance. Therefore, the stunning Wei Qingxian left a deep impression in Lin Tongyu's mind. As for Yixing, although he was also very handsome, he definitely could not be considered stunningly handsome. Therefore, Lin Tongyu did not take it to heart. Therefore, when Lin Tongyu first saw Yixing, she did not recognize him at all. However, Lin Tongyu had brought Yixing and Wei Qingxian out of the Azure Cloud Mountain range more than half a year ago. Lin Tongyu still remembered that because she was attracted by Yixing's talent in formations, she focused on Yixing for a while. In the end, the more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked. She finally remembered. Only then did Lin Tongyu remember Yixing. However, Yixing had already recognized Lin Tongyu. He said, "Thank you for saving me in the past, senior sister Lin. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. That person left with you." Lin Tongyu had a deep impression of Wei Qingxian. Just as she was about to ask about Wei Qingxuan's whereabouts, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Only then did she realize that Yixing's current cultivation had undergone an unbelievable change compared to half a year ago. Lin Tongyu's voice suddenly became louder and filled with shock. "You're already a 2-star martial saint? In just half a year, you actually cultivated from the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm to the 2nd level of the Star Vortex Realm?" There was a gap of 5 levels between the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm and the 2nd level of the Star Vortex Realm. Moreover, there was also a huge leap from the Star Tempering Realm to the Star Vortex Realm. Even though Lin Tongyu was a 9-star Orange Fate disciple, she was still shocked by his cultivation speed. Lin Fenghua, who was standing to the side, also revealed an astonished expression. Even as an enlightened being in the astral realm, and a 1-star Yellow Fate realm genius, he couldn't help but be shocked. Zishanho obviously didn't want Yixing to stand out too much, so he said, "Yixing also had many opportunities and good fortune to reach this step, especially when he broke through the Celestial Vortex realm and became a martial saint. It was because he absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence from this star crystal lode that he became a martial saint. Moreover, his cultivation broke through to the 2nd layer of the Celestial Vortex realm in one go, which is what happened today." Zishanho's meaning was obvious. The reason Yixing's cultivation rose so quickly was because of opportunities, especially breaking through the Star Vortex realm and becoming a 2-star martial saint. It all happened today. Therefore, in half a year, Yixing had only cultivated from the 5th level of the Star Tempering Realm to the half-step martial saint realm. It was also because of other opportunities that he rose so quickly. Zishanho paused and explained, "Yixing's heavenly fate is very low. He's only a 2-star heavenly fate. It's all because of opportunities and hard work that he was able to grow so quickly." With that said, Lin Tongyu and Lin Fenghua no longer felt that Yixing was a monstrous genius. It turned out that he had opportunities and was only a 2-star heavenly fate. It could be seen that without those opportunities, Yixing's martial achievements would be very low. If they knew that Yixing's heavenly fate had already risen to a 9-star Orange Fate, what would they think? 2-star heavenly fate is indeed too low. It seems like his martial talent is far from his talent in the Array Dao. He should focus on the Array Dao. Lin Fenghua sighed. He had the same opinion as Gu Tianshang. However, he was much more open-minded than Gu Tianshang. He didn't force Yixing to focus on the Array Dao. It depended on the individual's interest. Therefore, Lin Fenghua's sigh wasn't a rule for Yixing. It was just a sigh and an opinion. With that, Lin Fenghua changed his tone and looked at Zishanho. "Zishanho knows a lot about Yixing?" Zishanho, ever since he was sent out by the had always kept a low profile. Although Lin Fenghua looked to be about the same age as Zishanho, he was actually twice as old. When Zishanho was still a disciple of Lin Fenghua was already an inner sect elder of the Falling Star sect. He was very clear about Zishanho's matters. Logically speaking, Zishanho shouldn't know so much about Yixing. Yixing's growth was due to his opportunities. If he didn't have a close relationship with Yixing, he wouldn't know about these things. Zishanho didn't hide his relationship with Yixing from Lin Fenghua and said, Yixing is from the Purple Mountain County and is proficient in the Tao of archery. When he was in the Purple Mountain Academy, I took him in as my successor. So the two of you are master and disciple? Lin Fenghua nodded and said, Hua Tianfeng, you have a good eye. However, his talent in the Tao of arrays is even more monstrous. If I take him in as my disciple, you won't have any objections, right? In the sect, the identity of master and disciple didn't necessarily mean that one was an elder and the other was a disciple. As one grew older and their cultivation increased, the disciple would also become an elder. Enlightened being elders had the same seniority in the sect. However, in private, their seniority wasn't the same. It was possible that an enlightened being elder was the master of another enlightened being elder. Therefore, in private, Lin Fenghua was one generation higher than Zishanho. This was because when Zishanho was a disciple of Lin Fenghua was already an inner elder. However, in terms of the sect, Zishanho was now also an elder of the sect. His disciple could still be taken in as a disciple by Lin Fenghua. This wasn't considered a mess of seniority. However, the master-disciple relationship was a very important relationship for warriors. If a disciple wanted to acknowledge another master, the original master would have to agree. Zishanho was also surprised by Yixing's talent in arrays. Lin Fenghua was the only level 3 array master in the Falling Star sect. If he was willing to teach Yixing arrays, Zishanho couldn't possibly object. Although Lin Fenghua was only a 1-star sage, as the only level 3 array master in his status in the sect was very high. Even the sect master had to receive him politely. Moreover, Lin Fenghua was the son of the Grand Elder of Lin Shuyuan. This identity made him very prominent in the Falling Star sect. If Yixing was accepted as a disciple by Lin Fenghua, he would also become an important figure in the Falling Star sect. This was a great guarantee for Yixing's safety. Zishanho cupped his fists and said, Elder Lin is willing to teach Yixing arrays. This is Yixing's blessing. How can I have any objections? Of course, I will fully support you. After that, he said to Yixing, Yixing, Elder Lin is the only level 3 array master in our sect. His attainments in arrays are extremely high. If you want to have achievements in arrays, it is the best way to learn from Elder Lin. Of course, whether you want to learn arrays or not depends on your own wishes. If you are unwilling, then decline Elder Lin's good intentions. If you are willing, then worship Elder Lin as your master. From now on, listen to Elder Lin's teachings. In a martial artist's life, it was not necessary to worship only one master. Some genius martial artists surpassed others in cultivation, and eventually even surpassed their master's cultivation. In order to reach the peak of martial arts, they needed to worship a master with a higher cultivation, and continue to learn. Therefore, it was normal for a martial artist to worship multiple masters. Conventionally speaking, the first master's position was close. A master for a day, a father for life. If a master was like a father, then the first master would be the biological father, and the future masters would be the adoptive father. If the first master and the second master had a disagreement, then logically speaking, the disciple should listen to the first master. Of course, who the disciple would listen to would depend on the disciple's intentions. Some people didn't even listen to their own parents, let alone their master. However, if they didn't listen, or even went against their master, then they would be labeled as disobedient and disobedient. It was the same as being unfilial to one's parents, and would be spurned by martial artists. Yixing was naturally willing to learn arrays from Lin Fenghua. Only with Lin Fenghua would he be able to learn level 3 arrays. However, if he was like Gu Tianshang, wanting him to abandon martial arts and wholeheartedly study arrays, this was something that Yixing would never agree to. Therefore, Yixing wasn't in a hurry to greet Lin Fenghua as a disciple. he said. This disciple is honored that Elder Lin is willing to teach me arrays. However, this disciple is wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts. If Elder Lin agrees to let me spend half of my time studying arrays, then this disciple is willing to respect Elder Lin as his master and learn arrays from Elder Lin. If Elder Lin wants me to spend all my time studying arrays before teaching me, then this disciple doesn't need to learn. Lin Fenghua heard this and laughed. Yixing, you must be frightened by Gu Tianshang, this array fanatic. Not all array masters are like him, spending their entire lives studying arrays. He's called an array fanatic. Learning arrays from me doesn't depend on how much time you have. It depends on whether you put your heart into it, whether you have the talent, and whether you have the interest. A powerful array master needs time to learn, but time isn't the most important factor. Since Lin Fenghua had spoken so straightforwardly, Yixing naturally no longer hesitated. He glanced at Zishan Ho, and after seeing Zishan Ho nod, he knelt before Lin Fenghua, performing the ceremony of becoming a disciple. Disciple Yixing greets Master Lin. The second master was also called Master, but when the first master was present, Master was the first master's special title. This was a form of respect for the first master. For other masters, one could only call them by their surname and add the word master behind it. However, Lin Fenghua's surname was Lin, so he was called Master Lin. Lin Fenghua waved his hand and a powerful force lifted Yixing up. He said, "But I still need to set up a formation here to defend against the experts from the East supporting sect. You stay here and watch. Once I'm done, you, Tong Yu, and Zishan Ho will immediately leave this place. In the next few days, I will stay here to defend against the East supporting sect, and won't return to the sect. Once the sect completely obtains the celestial crystal spirit vein, I will accept you as a direct disciple of the falling star sect. There's more tonight." Chapter 210. Not long after, Lin Fenghua had finished setting up the Tiangang formation. As a defensive formation, the Tiangang formation could withstand strong attacks. Beginner true masters could not break it. In order to protect the star crystal mine, it was not necessary to kill people, but to keep it in one's hands and not let the Dongfu sect take it away. Therefore, the defensive formation had to be set up. After setting up the defensive formations, Lin Fenghua would also set up killing formations, illusion formations, and other formations. Just one formation wasn't enough to stop the entire Dongfu sect. She had to set up a chain of formations that could be used for both offense and defense. With the Tiangang formation, Lin Fenghua did not let Yixing and the rest stay here. A star crystal mine would definitely attract a large-scale invasion from the Dongfu sect. This place would not be peaceful for a long time. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to get away for a long time. The Dongfu sect could not break the formation and take the star crystal mine for themselves. However, they could cut off the connection between the mine and the fallen star sect. By then, no one would be able to travel between the mine and the fallen star sect unless they were the top figures in the sect. With the Tiangang formation, Yixing and the rest knew that Lin Fenghua was safe. They left on the Purple Flame Eagle with Zishan Ho and Lin Tongyu. Lin Fenghua's Purple Flame Eagle was brought into the Heavenly Dipper formation. Although the Heavenly Dipper formation was unlikely to be broken by a beginner true master, the Dongfu sect had the advantage of numbers. If they were strong enough to break the Heavenly Dipper formation, Lin Fenghua would have to escape on the Purple Flame Eagle. The Purple Flame Eagle was very fast. In less than 4 hours, they had returned to the Zishan County City. It was already dusk. Lin Tongyu stayed a night at the Zishan Ho's palace and left for the Fallen Star sect the next day. Yixing stayed at the Zishan Ho's palace. Lin Fenghua would take some time before returning to the Fallen Star sect. Yixing could use this time to learn archery from Zishan Ho. The cultivation of the spiritual martial force was extremely difficult. Although Yixing had a super brain and his learning ability was 1,000 times faster than other warriors, if he had a master to teach him, he would be able to avoid many detours and save a lot of time. Especially since Yixing had never learned spiritual martial arts archery before. Now that he had learned a middle spiritual martial arts archery, it was extremely difficult. At this time, the experience of his master was extremely important. The reason why the spiritual martial arts was so difficult was that it was not only about martial arts skills, but also about martial arts comprehension. The super brain could help with martial arts skills, but it could not help with martial arts comprehension. Every day Zishan would teach Yixing the four elements arrow art. At first, Yixing's progress was slow, and he could not comprehend it. But after 2 days, Yixing had a flash of inspiration. When he was learning the four elements arrow art, he released the Sagittarius constellation. The Sagittarius constellation was the ultimate constellation for archers. Under the cover of the Sagittarius constellation's star power, Yixing's comprehension of archery had greatly increased. In this way, the superbrain increased the skill of the four elements arrow art. The Sagittarius constellation increased the comprehension of the four elements arrow art. Yixing's learning of the four elements arrow art was progressing by leaps and bounds. In just half a month, Yixing had successfully learned the four elements arrow art and reached the entry level. He could use the defensive archery moves Black Tortoise Arrow Style, Vermilion Bird Arrow Style. Zishan County, Wangqing Slope. Zishan's eyes were filled with astonishment. In just half a month, Yixing had learned the four elements arrow art. This truly shocked him. When he had first obtained the four elements arrow art, he was already an intermediate martial saint. However, he had used half a year to reach the entry level of the four elements arrow art. The difference between half a year and half a month was simply too great. After Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, his cultivation of the four elements arrow art progressed by leaps and bounds. This made Zishan sigh in admiration at the power of the Sagittarius constellation. Of course, what he didn't know was that the super brain in Yixing's head was the main reason why Yixing was able to reach the entry level of the four elements arrow art in just half a month. If he only had the comprehension and not the skill, he wouldn't be able to shoot the Vermilion Bird Arrow Style and Black Tortoise Arrow Style. Therefore, the superbrain's ability to increase the speed of the skill was also very important. Yixing, your cultivation of archery has exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that you would need 2 to 3 months to reach the entry level of the four elements arrow art. In the end, you only used half a month. Zishan walked in front of Yixing and said with a surprised tone, "The master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. I can only teach you the entry level of the four elements arrow art. I've already taught you everything I need to teach. In the future, you just need to practice like you are doing now. As for the final result, it will depend on your perseverance." Yixing said humbly, "It's all because of the master's good teaching." Zishan smiled lightly. Yixing's words sounded like flattery, but he was very happy to hear it. At least, it proved that Yixing was not someone who was proud and arrogant just because of a little achievement. After a smile, Zishan changed the topic. "Yixing, do you know the origin of the Falling Star sect?" As a disciple of the Yixing naturally knew the answer to this question. "I heard that 700 years ago, a falling star smashed into the current location of the Falling Star sect. The falling star brought along a secret space. Inside, the founder of the sect obtained the upper-level spiritual martial art inheritance, Falling Star Incantation, and became a 4-stars sage. He established the sect and built the Falling Star sect on the land of the fallen stars." Zishan nodded. "That's right. The reason why the sect was established was because of the upper-level spiritual martial art inheritance, Falling Star Incantation. And the Falling Star Incantation came from the Falling Star Secret Space. Therefore, the Falling Star Secret Space is the reason why the sect was established." Yixing nodded and listened quietly. There must be a reason why Zishan talked about the Falling Star Secret Space. Zishan continued. "The Falling Star Secret Space is one of the treasured lands of the sect, just like the Blue Cloud Ancient Land to the Blue Cloud sect. Because every time the Falling Star Secret Space is opened, it consumes a large amount of energy. If the energy is used up, the Falling Star Secret Space will disappear completely. According to the research of the ancestors of the sect, the Falling Star Secret Space needs to be supplied with energy by the Star Gathering Formation. Every 3 years, the Falling Star Secret Space can only be opened once. After 2 months, the falling star secret space will open again. There are powerful spiritual martial arts inheritances, powerful spiritual level martial arts, spiritual weapons, and various treasures inside. Yixing understood. Teacher, you mean you want me to enter the falling star secret space? Zishanho nodded. That's right, the benefits inside the falling star secret space are not inferior to the Blue Cloud ancient land. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait another 3 years before you can enter. Therefore, this time you must fight for it. However, the falling star secret space is not that easy to enter. According to the sect's rules, only core disciples can enter the falling star secret space. This is the cultivation of core disciples. However, as Elder Lin's personal disciple, if you can defeat a core disciple before the falling star secret space opens, it won't be difficult for Elder Lin to allow you to enter the falling star secret space. Only by becoming a 4-star martial saint could one become a core disciple. Defeating a core disciple meant defeating at least a 4-star martial saint. Yixing felt a lot of pressure. He had never fought a 4-star martial saint before. Although Yixing had defeated a 4-star martial saint when he killed Du Biancheng, Du Biancheng had only defeated the weakest 4-star martial saint. Moreover, Yixing had used all his trump cards to kill Du Biancheng, including 2 types of astrology. However, if he defeated a core disciple in the sect, he could not expose his astrology. Therefore, Yixing could not use the power of his astrology. This greatly limited Yixing's strength. Without using the power of his astrology, Yixing's strength was still far from Du Biancheng's. It was almost impossible for him to defeat a 4-star martial saint. However, if he wanted to enter the falling star secret domain, he had to defeat a core disciple. Otherwise, the sect had set a rule that only core disciples could enter. If he was weaker than a core disciple, what right did he have to enter? Moreover, the sect's rules stated that a 4-star martial saint could become a core disciple. It did not mean that a 4-star martial saint could become a core disciple. Therefore, even if Yixing had the strength of a 4-star martial saint, he was not a core disciple. Entering the falling star sect was a violation of the sect's rules. If Yixing did not have a backer in he would not be able to enter the falling star secret domain, even if he defeated a 4-star martial saint and a core disciple. However, Yixing now had a backer. Zishanho was his master. This was not considered a backer in the falling star sect. However, Lin Fenghua was his master. This was definitely a powerful backer. The Grand Elder's son was the only grade 3 array master in the falling star sect. In other than the Grand Elder Lin Shuyuan, who could suppress Lin Fenghua, the rest could not be compared to Lin Fenghua in terms of status and prestige. Even the falling star sect's sect master could not suppress Lin Fenghua. He had to be polite to Lin Fenghua. As Lin Fenghua's personal disciple, as long as he could defeat a core disciple, even if he was not a 4-star martial saint, wouldn't it be easy for Lin Fenghua to enter the falling star secret domain? Therefore, the key to whether Yixing could enter the falling star secret domain was whether he could defeat a core disciple. If Yixing did not have the strength, even if Lin Fenghua had a high status in she could not break the sect's rules for Yixing. In just 2 months, could he defeat a 4-star martial saint without using the power of the astrology? It was indeed difficult. Yixing also felt a lot of pressure. However, Yixing was confident and full of fighting spirit. At least, he had the beginner level of the 4 symbols arrow technique. This was equivalent to the power of a lower-rank martial artist in the greater success stage. Even if he did not use the power of the astrology, the arrows he shot out were extremely powerful. Moreover, he had discovered the starry crystal mine. After half a month, the starry crystal mine had been taken. Under Lin Fenghua's layers of formations, the East supporting sect did not manage to take over the starry crystal mine and retreated. The starry crystal mine now belonged to the falling star sect. Therefore, Yixing had 10,000 contribution points. These 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for spiritual martial arts. If he could exchange for a middle-rank spiritual martial art and learn it to the beginner level, he would have a greater chance of defeating a 4-star martial saint. Moreover, the most important thing was that the black hole astrology could help him cultivate and increase his cultivation speed. Now that he had a 9-star orange fate, if he had cultivation resources, his cultivation speed would be very fast. He had obtained some spiritual medicine in the Green Cloud Mountain. If he could get the alchemists of the sect to refine the elixirs for him, his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. If he could break through to the third star vortex realm before the falling star secret domain opened, he would have no problem defeating a core disciple. I'm going all out today. I'll write another chapter tonight. Chapter 211. Now that the four symbols arrow technique had reached the beginner level, Yixing left Zishan County and returned to the Falling Star sect. In the past half a month, although Yixing was in Zishan County, his name had spread throughout the Falling Star sect. Even in the inner gate, he had become a celebrity. This was because Yixing had found a star crystal lode, and the Falling Star sect had guarded it. Therefore, Yixing had received 10,000 contribution points. Chu Jingyue had also received 10,000 contribution points. Like Yixing, she was also famous in the inner gate of the Falling Star sect. 10,000 contribution points was a lot. According to the rules of the sect, 500 contribution points could be exchanged for one lower grade spiritual martial art. 10,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 20 lower grade spiritual martial arts. Therefore, 10,000 contribution points was indeed a huge sum of money. Not to mention the inner gate disciples, even the core disciples did not have 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention having 10,000 contribution points, there were not many core disciples who had accumulated more than 10,000 contribution points. However, Yixing and Chu Jingyue, two outer gate disciples, had obtained 10,000 contribution points so easily. In their eyes, it was like a pie falling from the sky onto their heads. They thought that Yixing and Chu Jingyue had obtained 10,000 contribution points easily, but they did not think about it. If they had found a star crystal lode in the Kunyan Mountains, which was very close to the Dongfu sect but very far from the wood, they have been able to keep it. Most people had always been jealous of the windfall. 10,000 contribution points was a huge sum of money. In the eyes of the disciples, Yixing and Chu Jingyue had obtained a huge windfall. Moreover, Yixing and Chu Jingyue had broken through to the star vortex realm. Because of the star crystal spiritual essence in the star crystal lode, they had reached the martial sage realm in one step, and became inner gate disciples of the Falling Star sect. This made the disciples feel that the two of them had gotten lucky. The disciples were envious and jealous of the two's windfall. They believed that the reason why the two had become martial sacred realm was due to luck. Therefore, the disciples despised Yixing and Huang Xiaolong. Yixing was in Zishan Prefecture, so he naturally could not feel the contempt of the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, Chu Jingyue, who was the first to return to the sect, could clearly feel it. Of course, beautiful women had their advantages. Many inner disciples turned into fans when they saw Chu Jingyue in person. These were all male disciples. The female disciples didn't like Chu Jingyue's beauty. This could even be one of the reasons for their jealousy, because Chu Jingyue was very unpopular among the female disciples. That was until something happened that changed everything. The elder of the Hua Tianshu, the wife of the headmaster, had taken Chu Jingyue as her personal disciple. In an instant, Chu Jingyue's status had risen above that of an inner sect disciple. Being a personal disciple of an elder was a treatment that only core disciples could enjoy. Among hundreds of inner sect disciples, there were very few who could become a personal disciple of an elder. Only the top 10 inner sect disciples had this hope. Outside of the top 10, those who could become a personal disciple of an elder were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Although Chu Jingyue was only a one-star martial sacred realm, she had become a personal disciple of an elder. Naturally, her status was far beyond that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. Most of the inner sect disciples could only look up to her. There was a limit to people's jealousy. When a person's status reached a level that some people had to look up to, jealousy could easily turn into envy. Chu Jingyue had completed the transformation from being envied to being envied. As for why she was accepted as a personal disciple by Hua Tianshu, Chu Jingyue was confused. Hua Tianshu only accepted 2 personal disciples. The eldest disciple, He Hongjiao, had an 8-star orange fate. The second disciple, Zhen Qiuxi, had a 7-star orange fate. Chu Jingyue, on the other hand, had an ordinary 9-star fate. She was not even a 1-star orange fate. With such a fate, it would be difficult for her to cultivate in the star vortex realm in the future. Every time she advanced to the next realm, she would need to put in many times more effort than others, resources, and even opportunities. Logically speaking, with her aptitude, she should not have been accepted as a personal disciple by an elder. Firstly, she had no talent. Secondly, she was not a relative of Hua Tianshu. Therefore, when she became a personal disciple of an elder, not to mention the other inner sect disciples, even Chu Jingyue herself was surprised. Regardless, being accepted as a personal disciple by an elder was a joyous occasion. Chu Jingyue was very happy in her heart, because Chu Jingyue had become an existence that all the inner sect disciples looked up to. Of the two who had made a windfall and gotten lucky, only Yixing was left. He continued to be despised by the other inner sect disciples. Yixing did not return to the sect, because Lin Fenghua had just obtained the star crystal lode and she was still in the lode. Therefore, none of the inner sect disciples of the Falling Star sect knew that Yixing had been accepted as a personal disciple by Lin Fenghua. When Yixing returned to the he first returned to the second peak of the outer sect. Because his cultivation had broken through the star vortex realm, and he had become a martial sage, he was promoted to an inner sect disciple as soon as he returned to the sect's personnel hall to register. On the same day, Yixing moved into the inner sect of the Falling Star sect. There were two most lively halls. One was the affair hall, and the other was the sect affair hall. Inside the affair hall, all the affairs of the Falling Star sect were basically handled by the affair hall. Outside the sect affair hall, all the sect's missions were basically handled by the sect affair hall. Yixing had to go to the affair hall to receive his sect's contribution points. In the affair hall of the inner sect, many inner sect disciples came and went. When Yixing, an unfamiliar face, walked in, many inner sect disciples sized him up before looking away. There were hundreds of inner sect disciples, and it was impossible to know all of them. Every small group of people had their own small circle, and they rarely interacted with those they did not know. After Yixing entered the affair hall, he chose a line with fewer people and lined up at the back. Not long after, the disciple in front finished his business and left. A few new inner sect disciples lined up behind him. "What's the matter?" The deacon inside glanced at Yixing and asked indifferently. Yixing looked at the deacon's badge. His name was Fan Gang and he scanned his cultivation. He was a 5-star martial sage. Yixing handed over his inner sect badge and said, "Receive your contribution points." Fan Gang took the badge and asked subconsciously, "Name, how many contribution points are you receiving?" The name was on the badge, and the amount of contribution points could also be found through the badge. Therefore, Fan Gang asked an unnecessary question. However, since the other party asked, Yixing did not pretend that he did not hear. He said, "Yixing, received 10,000 contribution points." Swish! When Yixing said this, all the inner sect disciples in the affair hall looked at Yixing in unison. When they first saw Yixing, none of the inner sect disciples looked at him because they did not know him. Now that they heard him call himself Yixing, everyone's eyes were focused on him. It could be imagined that there were very few inner sect disciples who did not know Yixing. Yixing's senses were extremely sensitive, and he immediately sensed everyone's gazes. He turned his head and swept his gaze over them, and he realized that everyone was looking at him with contempt. There was also envy and jealousy. It was because of envy that they were jealous, and it was because of jealousy that they despised him. He is Yixing. He doesn't look that old. Didn't he just become a martial sage because he swallowed the star crystal spiritual essence? How come he is already a 2-star martial sage? 10,000 contribution points. This kid is really lucky. TSTC. That's right. What a lucky bastard. The inner sect disciples suddenly whispered to each other. Yixing's hearing was very sensitive, and he could hear most of the whispers. He could not help but laugh in his heart. Lucky bastard? Lucky bastard? It was luck, but it was a big mistake to attribute it to luck. If it were any other inner sect disciple who discovered the star crystal mineral vein, the Dongfu sect would have taken it away. That was because even Zichuanyu and the other 4, who were the first to arrive at the mineral vein, could not be killed by any inner sect disciple of the Falling Star sect. Once one of them escaped, it would not be long before a large number of experts from the Dongfu sect came. If the Dongfu sect had taken the star crystal mineral vein before Lin Fenghua arrived, the Falling Star sect would have no hope of taking it back. That was because the Dongfu sect was stronger than the Falling Star sect. Like the Spiritual Moon sect, they also had 2 3-star spiritual masters. The Falling Star sect only had Lin Shuyuan, and he was already old. The Falling Star sect had no other way to take the star crystal mineral vein, other than using the array to protect it first. Yi Xing ignored the inner court disciples. Instead, he waved his hand at Deacon Fangang, who had a surprised look on his face. Fangang was also an inner sect disciple. He knew very well how valuable 10,000 contribution points were. It was enough to exchange for 20 types of lower-grade spiritual martial arts. It could even be exchanged for 2 types of middle-grade spiritual martial arts. For a sect like the upper-grade spiritual martial arts were extremely rare. They were basically the treasures of the sect, and very few people were qualified to learn them. Therefore, the highest martial arts that could be exchanged with contribution points were middle-grade spiritual martial arts. One middle-grade spiritual martial art was enough to make countless martial saints go crazy. 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts were priceless. None of the inner sect disciples had learned middle-grade spiritual martial arts. Even among the core disciples, there were not many who had learned middle-grade spiritual martial arts. And Yi Xing, who had just entered the inner sect, could use contribution points to exchange for 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. How enviable was that? Even the core disciples were very tempted by 10,000 contribution points. Of course, no one thought that Yi Xing would spend 10,000 contribution points to exchange for 2 middle-grade spiritual martial arts. Normally, Yi Xing's current cultivation was too low. It would be extremely difficult for him to learn a middle-grade spiritual martial art. If he could not even enter the entry level of a middle-grade spiritual martial art, he would not be able to use it. It would be a waste of time. Therefore, according to the thinking of a normal person, they would first exchange for lower-grade spiritual martial arts and cultivation pills. They would only leave 5,000 contribution points for when their cultivation was higher and their lower-grade spiritual martial arts were higher. They would exchange for middle-grade spiritual martial arts to learn. Obviously, Yi Xing was different from most people. After he had received 10,000 contribution points from the affair hall, he headed towards the Falling Star sect's martial pavilion. His goal was to choose a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Third update. Yesterday's update has been made up. Today's update is 2. However, it still counts as owing 1. The extra 1 is a gift. Monthly votes ranking crisis. Please give me 10 monthly votes, thank you. Chapter 212. Martial Pavilion. When the Martial Pavilion elder Gu Yingzhao saw Yi Xing again, his face was full of shock. First, it was because Yi Xing had mastered the pure yuan technique. Second, it was because Yi Xing had become a 2-star martial saint. Third, it was because Yi Xing had discovered a star crystal mine and was famous for it. Last time when Yi Xing had chosen the pure yuan technique, the Martial Pavilion elder had advised Yi Xing against it, saying that it was difficult to master the pure yuan technique, and that only 1 in 100 years could master it in the Falling Star sect. Thinking about it now, the Martial Pavilion elder felt ashamed. The Martial Pavilion elder had a smile on his face, and appeared to be more amiable than last time. Yi Xing, are you here to choose a spiritual level martial technique? Yi Xing nodded. The Martial Pavilion elder handed a book to Yi Xing. Our sect has a total of 23 types of lower-grade spiritual martial techniques. Among them, there are 5 types of Qinggong and 18 types of martial techniques. Which one do you want to learn? This was a book that recorded the low-tier spiritual martial force. The spiritual martial force manual was extremely precious and could not be read by anyone. When the disciples chose the spiritual martial force, they would first look at the introduction of the spiritual martial force. After choosing the spiritual martial force, they would then receive the corresponding manual. Yi Xing flipped through the book that recorded the 23 types of lower-grade spiritual martial techniques, and returned it to the Martial Pavilion elder, saying, Elder, I would like to see the introduction of the middle-grade spiritual martial techniques. The martial pavilion elder was slightly surprised. The difficulty of cultivating a middle-grade spiritual martial technique was much higher than that of the lower-grade spiritual martial technique. Normal martial saints would only start to come into contact with middle-grade spiritual martial techniques when they reached the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. Although he was surprised, he did not say anything. The martial pavilion elder took out another book and said, "There are only 7 types of middle-grade spiritual martial techniques in our sect. One of them has never been successfully cultivated, and one of them is extremely rare. Only 5 of them are relatively common. You should read them first." The martial pavilion elder said it very tactfully. He did not say that he wanted Yi Xing to learn first. The book that recorded the middle spiritual martial force was much thinner than the book that recorded the lower spiritual martial force. There were only 7 types of middle spiritual martial force. Yi Xing quickly went through it. Purple flame sword technique, middle class spiritual martial arts, fire attribute martial arts. The clear breeze shadowless blade was a middle-level spiritual martial art of the wind attribute. The Big Dipper dragon breaking blade was a middle-class spiritual martial art with no attributes. The Sky Water Whirlpool Palm was a mid-level spiritual martial art of the water attribute. Sky Bat Steps, middle-level spiritual martial force, light body technique with no attributes. Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, middle-class spiritual martial art, thunder attribute martial arts. Dark Spirit Spear technique, middle-class spiritual martial art, dark attribute martial arts. Among them the Purple Flame Sword technique, the Clear Wind Shadowless Blade, the Big Dipper Dragon Breaking Blade, the Sky Water Whirlpool Palm, and the Sky Bat Steps were the most commonly used. Most of the upper echelons of the Falling Star sect had learned these 5 middle spiritual martial techniques. As for the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist and the Dark Spirit Spear technique, they were extremely rare. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist required one to have the thunder attribute, or to have understood the power of thunder and lightning. There would not be one in 100 years in the Falling Star sect. Right now, there was only one person who had learned the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist. That was the head, Lu Tianyuan. The Purple Lightning Thunder Fist was only a middle-class spiritual martial art. However, with the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist, Lu Tianyuan was able to suppress all the enlightened masters of the same stage who had learned the upper-class spiritual martial arts. The thunder attribute martial arts were extremely powerful, but also extremely difficult to learn. Only a few special people could learn it. Therefore, to most people, this martial art was of little value. However, there were still people who could learn the Purple Lightning Thunder Fist. However, ever since the Falling Star sect had obtained the Dark Spirit Spear technique, no one had ever learned it. There were 2 conditions to learn a certain martial art. One was the innate condition, and the other was the acquired condition. As long as one met one of the conditions, they could learn it. The innate condition was the martial artist's physique. Based on the attribute of the physique, one could learn the inheritance and martial arts of the same attribute. This was determined from birth. The acquired condition was the martial artist's understanding. There were different types of forces in the heavens and earth. The forces were the essence of different attributes. When one understood the force of the heavens and earth, naturally, one could learn the inheritance and martial arts of that attribute. This was the condition obtained through hard work. It was the acquired condition. For example, Yi Xing had comprehended the wind force. He could learn the inheritance and martial arts of the wind attribute. Among the martial artist's physique, the gold, wood, water, fire and earth attributes were the most common. Next was wind, then thunder, then light, darkness and other special attributes. A lightning-attributed body was 1 in a million among martial sages. A body with a special attribute was even more so 1 in a trillion. It was simply too rare. In the 700 years of the Falling Star sect's history, there had never been a martial artist with the dark attribute. Therefore, no one had learned the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Not to mention that even in the entire Qingyan area, it was rare to see a martial artist with the dark attribute. After Yi Xing finished reading the introductions of the 7 middle-tier spiritual martial techniques, he made a decision. "Elder, I want to exchange for the Dark Spirit Spear technique. and the sky bat movement technique. Light body techniques were a must-learn. Among the 7 middle-tier spiritual martial techniques, there was only one light body technique. Therefore, Yi Xing had to choose the sky bat movement technique. As for the dark spirit spear technique, Yi Xing had thought it over. Firstly, special attribute martial arts were extremely powerful. The power of the dark spirit spear technique was even stronger than the purple thunder fist. Secondly, although he did not know if his physique had the dark attribute, Yi Xing believed that he had a chance to learn the dark spirit spear technique. It was because he had the black hole astrology. Once he used the black hole astrology, he could create a world of darkness. Yi Xing felt that with the help of the black hole astrology, he had a great chance of learning the dark spirit spear technique. Didn't the Sagittarius constellation allow him to learn archery by leaps and bounds? The black hole astrology stood side by side with the Sagittarius constellation between his eyebrows. Since the black hole astrology had the dark attribute, why couldn't he learn the dark spirit spear technique? Furthermore, the Sagittarius constellation was an attack-type astrology, while the black hole astrology was a support-type astrology. The Sagittarius constellation was useful for Yi Xing's martial arts training. The black hole astrology should be even more useful. The dark spirit spear technique was powerful, and he had a great chance of learning it. Of course, Yi Xing would choose it. However, the martial pavilion elder furrowed his brows. The dark spirit spear technique was described as powerful, but in reality, no one in the Falling Star sect had ever learned it. Learning the dark spirit spear technique didn't depend on one's martial talent, but on one's ability. If you did not have the conditions, you would not be able to learn it even if you trained for your entire life. The martial pavilion elder said, Yi Xing, with your cultivation, it is still too early to learn a middle-tier spirit martial technique. If you must learn a middle-tier spirit martial technique, you can learn the sky bat steps as the only middle-tier spirit martial technique. But this dark spirit spear technique, I don't think you should waste your sect contribution points on it. Learning a middle-tier spirit martial technique required 5,000 contribution points. Yi Xing only had 10,000 contribution points, which was just enough to learn 2 middle-tier spirit martial techniques. If Yi Xing did not learn the dark spirit spear technique, then the 5,000 contribution points would be wasted. 5,000 contribution points were enough to learn 10 middle-tier spirit martial techniques. Many core disciples did not have that many contribution points. It would be a pity if it was wasted. In response to the martial pavilion elder's dissuasion, Yi Xing still smiled indifferently. Elder, I choose these 2 options. The martial pavilion elder's expression froze. He remembered the last time when he tried to persuade Yi Xing. In the end, Yi Xing still wanted to learn the pure yuan technique, and he had even succeeded. This made him feel ashamed. However, the dark spirit spear technique was not the pure yuan technique. The pure yuan technique was only difficult to learn, and very few people had succeeded. However, the dark spirit spear technique was something that no one had learned in the 700 years since the establishment of the Falling Star sect. In the past 700 years, the Falling Star sect had many outstanding disciples, but none of them had succeeded. Could it be that Yi Xing had succeeded? The martial pavilion elder did not believe it as he said, Yi Xing, you should reconsider. The reason why you obtained 10,000 contribution points at once was because you were lucky enough to discover a star crystal lode. In the future, it will be difficult to obtain so many contribution points again. It is not wise to waste 5,000 contribution points at once. Yi Xing's expression was normal as he said, I have made up my mind. Even if I can't learn it, I will not regret it. The martial pavilion elder was speechless as he shook his head. The admiration he had for Yi Xing had receded quite a bit. In his opinion, Yi Xing was clearly too stubborn and didn't know his own limits. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not long after, the martial pavilion elder sent someone to bring the dark spirit spear technique and the sky bat movement technique martial arts manuals to Yi Xing. 1 month later, you must return the manuals. Within 1 month, you are not allowed to leave the sect. You are not allowed to divulge the contents of the manuals. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules. After the martial pavilion elder finished speaking, he said again, Yixing, if you change your mind now and want to learn other martial arts, I will still do it for you. Thank you, Elder. I will only learn these two. Yixing declined and left the martial pavilion. I wish my brothers and sisters a happy new year. I sent a small red packet in the group. I don't know which brothers and sisters got it. I apologize for not updating well during the new year. Thank you, brothers, for your understanding. Chapter 213. As soon as Yixing left the martial pavilion, he bumped into Zhen Qiuxi. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. The two looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with anger. Yixing looked at Zhen Qiuxi with confidence in his eyes. When he left the Falling Star sect 2 months ago, Zhen Qiuxi was a 3-star martial saint who was ranked in the top 10 among the inner disciples. He was someone that Yixing had to look up to. He could only trap Zhen Qiuxi with his level 2 bronze wall array. Now Yixing was a 2-star martial saint and had killed Du Bianying, the top inner disciple of the Dongfu sect who was comparable to a 4-star martial saint. If he used all his trump cards, killing Zhen Qiuxi would be a piece of cake. In Yixing's eyes, Zhen Qiuxi was not worth mentioning. He could kill him anytime. When he saw Zhen Qiuxi, he was very confident. Yixing, you really came to the martial pavilion. Zhen Qiuxi stared at Yixing with a fierce gaze and a fierce voice. From his words, it was clear that it was not a coincidence that he met Yixing. He came to the martial pavilion on purpose to look for Yixing. Yixing looked at Zhen Qiuxi with a faint smile. You're looking for me? Zhen Qiuxi said coldly. Of course I'm looking for you. Yixing, you're also an inner disciple now. Come to the life and death arena with me. Let's end this grudge. My brother has been waiting for you in the underworld for a long time. When Yixing was an outer disciple, Zhen Qiuxi, as an inner disciple who was ranked in the top 10, was naturally embarrassed to challenge Yixing to the life and death arena. He also could not go to the outer disciples to bully Yixing. It was beneath his status. Therefore, he could only deal with Yixing with the help of an outer disciple or wait for Yixing to leave the Falling Star sect to settle his grudge. However, things were different now that Yixing had become an inner disciple. It was normal for inner disciples to challenge each other. Even though Zhen Qiuxi, as one of the top 10 outer disciples, challenging an inner disciple who had just been promoted to an inner disciple was clearly bullying, no one could say anything about it since there was a grudge between the two of them. The martial pavilion was also a place that disciples frequented. At this moment, there were a few inner court disciples who were either heading to or coming out of the martial pavilion who were watching from afar. They were all secretly astonished. They did not know about the grudge between Zhen Qiuxi and Yixing, but they knew that Zhen Qiuxi was the 10th inner disciple. Among the 3-star martial sages, his strength was top-notch. On the other hand, Yixing had only broken through to the martial saint realm with the help of the star crystal spiritual essence. He had just been promoted to an inner disciple. If he were to enter the life and death arena, wouldn't Yixing only die? He might even be instantly killed by Zhen Prison Temple. Yixing smiled indifferently. Enter the life and death arena? This was exactly what he wanted. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Zhen Qiuxi was a reputable figure among the inner court disciples. Of course, Yixing could not kill him casually. However, in the life and death arena, it was a matter of course to fight to the death. There were 2 ways to kill Zhen Qiuxi. One was to fight to the death on the life and death arena. The other was to secretly assassinate Zhen Qiuxi after he left the Falling Star sect. Compared to the latter, Yixing preferred to kill Zhen Qiuxi openly on the life and death arena. You can enter the life and death arena. Yixing nodded and changed the topic. However, today is not the day. Today, I have learned a middle-tier spiritual martial art in the martial pavilion. I need to practice it first. Do you dare to wait for me for a month? After a month, I will use this middle-tier spiritual martial art to take your life on the life and death arena. At this moment, other than the 4 symbols arrow technique, Yixing did not know any other spiritual martial arts. He had to rely on his astrology to fight with Zhen Qiuxi on the life and death arena. Regardless of whether it was the Sagittarius constellation or the Black Hole constellation, Yixing did not want to reveal them in front of everyone. Thus, The best way was to kill Zhen Qiuxi without using the power of the astrology. If he could master the middle-tier spiritual martial art, the dark spirit spear technique, killing Zhen Qiuxi would be a piece of cake. Therefore, Yi Xing wanted to postpone the battle to a month later. Although the four symbols arrow technique was also a middle-tier spiritual martial art, and its archery skills were powerful, it was not inferior to the dark spirit spear technique. However, archery skills needed space to be used. The life and death arena was only 100 meters in radius. For a martial saint, it was almost a square foot. It would be difficult for him to use his archery skills. Furthermore, Yi Xing believed in his talent. If he could master the four symbols arrow technique in half a month, then he should be able to master the dark spirit spear technique in the same amount of time. Yi Xing had given himself 1 month, which was twice the time to master the four symbols arrow technique. It should be more than enough time. Zhen Qiuxi's eyes flashed as he thought quickly. Although Zhen Qiuxi could not wait to tear Yi Xing into pieces, Yi Xing did not reject his challenge. He had only postponed the battle for a month. As one of the top 10 inner sect disciples, he had to accept Yi Xing's suggestion. Or else, if word got out, wouldn't people say that Zhen Qiuxi did not dare to give Yi Xing a month's time? This was an extremely embarrassing matter. How could he not dare to do it? What could he do in a month's time? Even if Yi Xing practiced in lower-tier martial art, it would be difficult for him to master it in a month's time. Furthermore, Yi Xing had just said that he had learned a middle-tier spiritual martial art in the martial pavilion. He wanted to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art in a month? What a joke! Even if he had a year, or even a few years, he would not be able to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art at the initial stage of the Star Vortex realm. In Zhen Qiuxi's eyes, Yi Xing wanting to learn a middle-tier spiritual martial art in a month's time was a complete joke. Now that there were other inner sect disciples watching from the side, Zhen Qiuxi could not let others look down on him. Although he was unwilling, he could only say with hatred, "Fine. Yi Xing, I'll give you a month's time. I want to see how far you can go with the middle-tier spiritual martial art you just learned. Next month on this day, I'll take your life in the life and death arena." After saying this, Zhen Qiuxi looked at Yi Xing with murderous intent, and turned to leave. Cold laughter could be heard. In Zhen Qiuxi's eyes, Yi Xing only set the life and death duel a month later because he was afraid and wanted to buy time to find a way out. Zhen Qiuxi sneered in his heart. He did not think that Yi Xing had a way out. If Yi Xing stayed in he would have to go to the life and death arena in a month's time. If he escaped from the would be even better. He would die even faster. Yi Xing also had a faint smile on his face. In his eyes, a month's time was enough for him to learn the dark spirit spear art. By then, taking Zhen Qiuxi's life would be a piece of cake. Moreover, even if Yi Xing did not learn the dark spirit spear art, Yi Xing still had the ability to kill Zhen Qiuxi. By then, he only needed to use the black hole astrology to cover Zhen Qiuxi in a world of darkness. Then, he would use the four symbols arrow art to kill Zhen Qiuxi. Although Yi Xing did not want to reveal his astrology, he had no choice but to use it in a life and death situation. If he had no other choice, he would have to use the power of the astrology. Comparing the two, only the black hole astrology could be used. The Sagittarius astrology was too obvious and could be easily recognized. However, the black hole astrology was too rare. Basically, no one could recognize it. They could only see a black star, and could not judge anything. As for the world of darkness and the dark vortex, they could only be seen when Yi Xing attacked. As long as he used the black hole astrology, he would not leave the target alive. Outsiders would not know the secret of the black hole astrology. When Zhen Qiuxi and Yi Xing left one after another, the inner disciples near the martial pavilion immediately burst into an uproar. There was a lot of discussion, and the news quickly spread. In a month's time, the 10th inner disciple, Zhen Qiuxi, would fight the new inner disciple, Yi Xing, on the life and death arena. This news quickly spread throughout the entire inner sanctum. All the inner disciples, deacons, and even elders were shocked when they heard the news. On the life and death arena, there was only life and death, no victory or defeat. There were too few people who went up. As disciples of the same sect, There were very few who would fight to the death on the life and death arena. When someone went up to the life and death arena, it was a big deal. Moreover, both Zhen Qiuxi and Yi Xing were famous among the inner disciples. Zhen Qiuxi was ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect. As a direct disciple of an elder, there was no inner disciple who did not know him. Yi Xing was originally an outer disciple. Not long after he entered he became the #1 outer disciple. He even found a star crystal mine and obtained 10,000 contribution points. With the help of the star crystal spiritual essence in the mine, he broke through the star vortex realm and became a 2-star martial saint. Such an experience filled the hearts of countless inner disciples with envy. But more than that, they were jealous. Therefore, when Zhen Qiuxi and Yi Xing dueled, there was no doubt that the majority of the inner disciples would stand on Zhen Qiuxi's side. In a month's time, Yi Xing would become a dead man. Those who could become inner disciples were all martial saints. They were already the backbone of the sect. Although the sect allowed disciples to resolve conflicts on the life and death arena, every pair of disciples who went up to the life and death arena would be dissuaded. Yi Xing and Zhen Qiuxi were no exception. As a result, the grudge between Yi Xing and Zhen Qiuxi was dug out by the sect and everyone knew about it. Originally, the majority of the inner disciples stood on Zhen Qiuxi's side. Now that they knew that Zhen Qiuxi was avenging his brother's death at the hands of Yi Xing, their stance became firmer, and they collectively placed Yi Xing on the opposite side. As long as Yi Xing kneels every 3 steps, kowtows every 9 steps, and cuts off one of his arms in front of my brother's grave as an apology, we will let him live and cancel the duel on the life and death arena. Under the mediation of the sect, Zhen Qiuxi made a public announcement. Zhen Qiuxi's words were quickly conveyed to Yi Xing by a deacon of the sect. When Yi Xing heard it, he smiled faintly. Yi Xing replied, "As long as Zhen Qiuxi slaps himself and apologizes to me in front of all the inner disciples, the duel on the life and death arena can be cancelled. Otherwise, I will take his head a month later." The two of them did not give in to each other. Instead, the smell of gunpowder was even stronger. Everyone could see that the duel between the two of them was inevitable. The mediation of the sect was ineffective. Everyone was looking forward to the duel between Yi Xing and Zhen Qiuxi in a month's time. During the spring festival, I was busy in my hometown and basically did not go online. I was busy and had fun, but I did not update for 10 days. I am sorry, very sorry. With Archer God's previous monthly votes, as long as I updated during the spring festival, I would definitely be in the top 10. However, because I did not update for 10 days, my monthly votes fell out of the top 10. What a pity. I can only blame myself for this. When I write, I need to integrate my spirit into the fantasy world of the book. However, during the spring festival, I went to visit my relatives every day. I lived a very realistic life. So realistic that my spirit did not have the time to look into the world of the book. Therefore, I did not have the intention to write for 10 days. In March, I will make up for the missing chapters. Last month, I did the math once. 1 chapter a day, I owed 21 chapters. Now that I have another 10 days, plus the 2 days I did not update on the 16th and 17th, I owe another 12 chapters. Therefore, I owe a total of 33 chapters. Brothers, don't worry. I will definitely pay back these 33 chapters in March. I will drive from my hometown to Liaoning on the 3rd of March and arrive at Lighthouse City in Liaoyang on the 5th. I will first stay at my wife's grandfather's house for a day. On the 6th, I will go to Shenyang to meet my friends. On the 10th, I will start to make up for the missing chapters in February. I will definitely pay it back by the end of the month. Chapter 214. Back Mountain. Yi Xing held the purple feather spear and brandished it according to the moves in the dark spirit spear art. Purple light flashed, and the spear shot out like a dragon. However, although the moves were displayed in a decent manner, it was just an empty shell. In any case, it could not reach the terrifying power described in the secret manual. When Yi Xing displayed the dark spirit spear art, it did not look like a middle-grade spirit martial art. It was even worse than a low-grade spirit martial art. It seemed to be an ordinary martial art that paid attention to the changes in moves. Of course, the dark spirit spear art was not that bad. However, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear art was not even at the entry level. As such, he could not display the slightest power of the dark spirit spear art. Yixing followed the moves in the secret manual and practiced several times in a row. However, he did not make any progress. Although he circulated his celestial essence according to the dark spirit spear art, there was no special effect. It was no wonder that after the Falling Star sect obtained the dark spirit spear art, no one had been able to successfully cultivate it for more than 700 years. It was simply impossible to practice the dark spirit spear art. With Yixing's martial arts talent, he had no clue how to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. One could imagine that without any conditions, it would be impossible to practice the dark spirit spear art. The sun rose and set, and the day quickly passed. Yixing did not use the power of the black hole astrology. Cultivating for a day did not have the slightest effect. Although the black hole astrology looked like a huge dark star to outsiders, Yixing did not want others to know that he could use the astrology to cultivate dark attributed martial arts. After returning to his residence and having dinner, Yixing went to the back mountain to cultivate. It was not until night fell that Yixing used the black hole astrology. At this moment, darkness shrouded the area. Although it was not so deep that one could not see their fingers, it was still difficult to see 3 feet. At this time, Yixing used the black hole astrology. Everything above him was pitch black, and no one could see anything. As soon as he used the black hole astrology, Yixing felt that his surroundings had turned into a world of darkness. It was much darker than a normal night, and he could not even see his own fingers in front of him. At this time, Yixing was like an emissary of darkness. The darkness in all directions had become his sense of touch. Everything in the darkness, even the slightest change in a radius of several miles, Yixing could clearly sense it. This was even clearer than a superbrain scan. Whoosh! With a flash of purple light, the purple feather spear appeared in Yixing's hand. Undercurrents were surging. A thought flashed through his mind: dark spirit spear. Yixing immediately started cultivating according to the moves recorded in the dark spirit spear art. At the same time, the celestial essence within his body also started circulating according to the method recorded in the secret book. As expected, although Yixing's dark spirit spear art was still powerless, Yixing felt completely different from during the day. During the day, he did not feel anything. No matter how many times he cultivated, it was like he was doing something useless. But now he felt that he was going in the right direction. Yixing was overjoyed. The black hole astrology was indeed useful for cultivating the dark spirit spear art. In this way, he could definitely master the dark spirit spear art. Now there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to master the dark spirit spear art within a month. He needed to at least reach the entry level. The entry level of the middle level spiritual martial art was equivalent to the great completion level of the lower level spiritual martial art. Yixing was very sure that as long as he mastered the dark spirit spear art, he would definitely be able to defeat Zhenqiusi. Zhenqiusi was only a 3-star martial saint. The possibility of him reaching the great completion level of the lower level spiritual martial art he had learned was very small. At that time, in terms of martial arts, he would not be able to compete with Yixing. In terms of celestial essence strength, although Yixing's cultivation was 1 realm lower, he cultivated the pure essence technique. Therefore, he was not inferior to Zhenqiusi, who was 1 realm higher. His celestial essence was not inferior, his martial arts were better, and his weapon was also stronger than Zhenqiusi's. On the life and death arena, killing Zhenqiusi would definitely be a piece of cake. The dark spirit spear art did not have many moves, so Yixing quickly finished practicing it. Although he had finished practicing the moves, there were still a lot of lingering feelings in his heart, which made Yixing recall a lot. Even in this state, the difficulty of cultivating the dark spirit spear art was still very high. However, Yixing was 100% confident that he could master the dark spirit spear art and reach the entry level within a month. Yixing did not rush to practice the first time. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, keeping the black hole astrology unchanged. He felt the lingering feelings of the previous cultivation. After comprehending the lingering feelings, Yixing still did not rush to practice the second time. Instead, He continued to feel the darkness around him. Yixing's purpose was obviously not just to cultivate the dark spirit spear art to the entry level. What he pursued was the minor accomplishment, the great accomplishment realm, and even the perfection realm one day. It was easy to cultivate to the entry level, but the minor accomplishment realm was 10 times more difficult. The great accomplishment realm was 10 times more difficult. Therefore, the hope of reaching the perfection realm was very slim. If one wanted to have achievements in martial arts, diligence was only one of the reasons. Comprehension was more important. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's perception of the darkness could be said to be insightful. Under such a state, comprehending the power of darkness could be said to be the most suitable. If he could comprehend the force of darkness, then Yixing's cultivation of darkness attribute martial arts would be twice the result with half the effort. He would be able to cultivate the dark spirit spear art to the minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and even perfection realm. To others, darkness was like a prison that prevented a martial artist from exploring the world. But to Yixing, who possessed the black hole astrology, the darkness was like his eyes. It was like his sense of touch. He could feel any changes in the darkness. Although the range of darkness that Yixing could sense was limited, Yixing believed that as his comprehension of the force of darkness increased, the range of darkness that he could sense would also expand. If he could control the darkness, he would become a true emissary of darkness, the king of darkness. The force of darkness was not something that could be comprehended just because one said so. Even if Yixing had excellent conditions that others did not. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. The east was white, and the sky was about to brighten. Yixing had a lot of feelings about darkness. But he was still far away from truly comprehending the force of darkness. Yixing withdrew the black hole astrology and returned to his residence from the back mountain. At this time, the sky was already bright. Yixing rested for a while in his residence. After breakfast, he lay on his bed and slept. Since he was cultivating at night, he naturally had to rest during the day. Although Zhenqiusi did not think much of Yixing, he was very concerned about Yixing's performance on the life and death arena. After all, it was a battle of life and death. When he first heard that Yixing was cultivating martial arts in the back mountain, Zhenqiusi did not think that Yixing could reach a high level in 1 month. Later on, when he heard that Yixing had exchanged the dark spirit spear art for the middle spiritual martial art from the martial pavilion, Zhenqiusi was even more disdainful. Who did not know that the dark spirit spear art was a martial art that no one had successfully cultivated since the establishment of the Falling Star sect? Who did Yixing think he was? Did he think that he could surpass all the talents of the Falling Star sect since its establishment? Zhenqiusi was very disdainful of this. He did not think that Yixing could cultivate the dark spirit spear art, especially in 1 month. It was absolutely impossible. As a result, Zhenqiusi looked down on Yixing even more, and was even more disdainful. Today, Zhenqiusi heard that Yixing did not come out of his residence after breakfast. According to the deacon who was checking the room, Yixing was sleeping in his residence. Zhenqiusi laughed even more loudly. It seems that he knows that he can't cultivate the dark spirit spear art no matter what. He might as well daydream. Ha ha ha. The trace of vigilance and caution towards Yixing disappeared with a laugh. In Zhenqiusi's eyes, Yixing had completely become an ant that he could step on at any time. Yixing slept for the entire morning and woke up punctually at noon. After lunch, he went to the back of the mountain and pretended to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. However, he did not cultivate much and had more time to rest. It was not until night fell and darkness shrouded Yixing did he begin his real cultivation. On the second night, Yixing was still comprehending the darkness. On the third night, in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed and it was the 10th night. For 10 consecutive nights, Yixing had been comprehending the darkness in the dark world of the black hole astrology. The darkness around him was like his sense of touch, allowing him to sense everything around him clearly. As time passed, Yixing's perception range in the darkness became wider and wider. His spirit and the darkness became more and more harmonious, and his understanding of the darkness became deeper and deeper. Finally, on this night, Yixing's perception of the darkness underwent a qualitative change. His perception range in the darkness suddenly doubled. Moreover, Yixing could sense everything in his perception range more clearly. Even the movement of the antennae on the head of an ant, Yixing could clearly see it. Yixing was overjoyed. He had finally taken the first step. He had comprehended the dark force. Everything in the world had its own force. Even a genius martial sage who could comprehend the force of heaven and earth was very impressive and rare. As for Yixing, he had comprehended the wind force by chance before becoming a martial sage. Now, with the help of the dark world formed by the black hole astrology, he had comprehended the dark force. In the entire world, it was unknown whether it was unprecedented or not. At least, it was unique in the current era. Yixing had a smile on his face as he immediately withdrew the black hole astrology. The dark world formed by the black hole astrology naturally disappeared along with it. However, Yixing's perception of the darkness did not disappear. The darkness around him was still like his sense of touch, and he could sense everything. However, the clarity and range of his perception were much smaller than when he had been under the black hole astrology. However, this already proved that Yixing had comprehended the dark force, and had a certain degree of control over the power of darkness. Of course, compared to the entire dark force, what Yixing had comprehended was only a very small part. In the future, he still had a very long way to go in terms of comprehending the dark force. However, even if it was a very, very small trace of dark force, it was still an incredible existence. If one did not have an innate darkness constitution, even an enlightened being would not be able to comprehend dark force. In this regard, Yixing was ahead of countless warriors. Most importantly, Yixing had comprehended the dark force. Even though it was not inferior to the black hole astrology, he still had the conditions to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. Even during the day, Yixing could cultivate the dark spirit spear art effectively. It's March, and I will continue to update at the beginning of the month. On the 10th, I will start to make up for the 33 chapters 10 in February. It's almost Monday. I'm asking for a recommendation ticket and a guaranteed monthly ticket from my brothers. Thank you. Chapter 215. Even though he had comprehended the dark force, Yixing still rested most of the time during the day. Even in the afternoon, when Yixing was practicing the dark spirit spear art, Yixing was just putting on a show. Most of the time, he was sitting cross-legged and practicing the dark spirit spear art in his super brain. At night, Yixing wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivating the dark spirit spear technique. As a middle-grade spiritual martial artist, the dark spirit spear art was not something that could be successfully practiced from the aspect of the art. Proficiency in the art was only a prerequisite. The real advancement of the art depended on the comprehension of the soul. The reason why martial arts were called martial arts was not because of the word martial, but because of the word Tao. This was because martial arts had the Tao realm. Without the Tao realm, martial arts were just ordinary martial arts. Above the spiritual martial artist, all martial arts had their own Tao essence. Only by comprehending the Tao essence could one improve their martial arts attainment. Only after becoming a martial sage could a martial artist cultivate the spiritual martial artist and comprehend the Tao essence of martial arts. Therefore, breaking through the star vortex realm and becoming a martial sage was the true beginning of martial arts. As for the star tempering realm, ordinary martial artists could only cultivate ordinary martial arts. They could not even be considered to have entered the door of martial arts. The super brain could quickly improve one's skills, but it could not improve the Tao essence. Yixing needed to comprehend it through practice. Of course, the super brain was still very useful in comprehending the Tao essence. This was because Yixing's brain was much better than other martial artists. Therefore, Yixing's comprehension ability was also very outstanding, far surpassing that of ordinary people. No one in the Falling Star sect knew that the dark spirit spear art, which no one had been able to cultivate in the past 700 years, was being practiced by Yixing. Moreover, Yixing had already comprehended the Tao aura and opened the door. It was only a matter of time before he mastered the dark spirit spear art. Under the black hole astrology, Yixing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts was already much easier. After comprehending the dark force, His cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In just one night, Yi Xing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts had made qualitative progress, reaching the entry level. Yi Xing had used 10 nights to comprehend a trace of the power of darkness. But because he had comprehended a trace of the power of darkness, he had only used 1 night to master the dark spirit spear art. If he had not comprehended the power of darkness, Yi Xing estimated that he would have needed at least half a month to master the dark spirit spear art. There was a difference of 4 days. If the difference of 4 days was not big, then he had only reached the entry level. What if he had reached the entry level? The difficulty would be 10 times higher. If Yi Xing needed half a month to master the dark spirit spear art to the entry level, then he would need at least a year to master it to the entry level. Perhaps he would need at least 10 years to master it to the entry level. And after comprehending the dark force, this time could be shortened by more than 10 times. It was not just a difference of 4 days, but a difference of several years, or even 10 years. Sharpening a knife would not delay the cutting of firewood. This saying was indeed true. The entry-level dark spirit spear art was not weaker than the entry-level lower spiritual martial art. With his current strength, Yi Xing was more than 80% sure that he could kill Zhen Qiuxi. Even if there was a difference of 1 level between them, and Yi Xing did not plan to use his astrology, he was still very confident. However, he and Zhen Qiuxi had already agreed to fight in a month. This matter was known to all. Naturally, there was no need to change it. There were still 19 days left. Yi Xing planned to continue practicing the dark spirit spear art and increase his attainment. 1 month later, on the life and death arena, it would be either life or death. Yi Xing did not only have 80% confidence, he had to have absolute confidence in winning. Therefore, he had to continue consolidating his attainment in the dark spirit spear art. It would be best if he could cultivate it to the level of minor accomplishment. It would be a surefire way to kill Zhen Qiu Temple. However, even if he couldn't reach the level of minor accomplishment, he had to try his best to reach the level of minor accomplishment in order to maximize his chances of winning. It was not easy to be reborn in the Starland. Yi Xing did not want his life to end in the hands of Zhen Qiuxi so soon. In this life and death battle, he had to survive. Therefore, he could only let Zhen Qiuxi die. He had to kill Zhen Qiuxi. Time passed by day. Every day, Yi Xing would sleep in the morning and practice the dark spirit spear art at the back of the mountain in the afternoon. It seemed that there was no progress, and few people paid attention to him. During this period of time, the Falling Star sect and the Dongfu sect had fought twice because of the star crystal load. However, Lin Fenghua had set up layers of level 3 formations around the star crystal load. Moreover, Lin Shuyuan, the Grand Elder of the had come out of seclusion and participated in the battle. He had defeated the Grand Elder of the Dongfu sect, Du Bianchan, so the Falling Star sect had the upper hand in both battles. However, at the same time of victory, there were some people who were puzzled. Because in the battle over the star crystal load, the Dongfu sect's supreme elder Du Bianxiong had not appeared. Du Bianxiong was also a 3-star venerable. If Du Bianxiong took action, the Dongfu sect would have 2 3-star venerables working together. Even if the Falling Star sect had the advantage of formations, it would be difficult for them to gain an advantage over the Dongfu sect. Because of the 2 victories, the Falling Star sect's disciples were intoxicated with the victory of their sect. No one had the time to pay attention to Yi Xing. No one had expected that the dark spirit spear technique, that no one in the Falling Star sect had been able to successfully learn since the establishment of the sect 700 years ago, had already been learned by Yi Xing. Moreover, Yi Xing's attainment in the dark spirit spear technique was still improving at a rapid speed. From the initial stage to the initial stage, it seemed that there was not much difference. However, for a middle-stage spiritual martial force, it was an extremely difficult gap to cross. Many martial saints would remain at the initial stage for their entire life, after they had started cultivating the middle-stage spiritual martial force. Only marquis martial saints had the hope of reaching the initial stage. For marquises, perhaps it was not difficult to cultivate a middle-tier spiritual martial art to the small success stage. However, for middle-tier martial saints, it was extremely difficult. For beginner-tier martial saints, It was simply impossible. For example, it wasn't difficult for an adult to carry something that weighed more than 50 kilograms. However, for a 13 or 14-year-old child, it was extremely difficult. For a 7 or 8-year-old child, it was simply impossible. A martial artist's comprehension ability would increase as their cultivation level increased. It was just like how a normal person's strength would increase as they grew older. Therefore, for some advanced martial techniques, martial artists could not learn them at the beginning. However, when their cultivation level reached a certain level, they could learn them. Even if the cultivation level was much higher than the martial technique realm, it would not be difficult to learn them. For example, when a perfected person cultivated a middle-stage spiritual martial force, it would be a matter of course. However, there would always be exceptions. For example, some 13 or 14-year-old children would have strength that far surpassed their peers and could carry 100 pounds of weight. Some of the more talented ones could even carry 100 pounds of weight at the age of 7 or 8. If Yi Xing could reach the initial stage of the Dark Spirit Spear technique, when he was an initial stage martial saint, it would be as shocking as a 7 or 8-year-old normal child carrying 100 pounds of weight. It would be extremely rare in the world. It was the last day of the 1-month deadline. Yi Xing's attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique had already reached the limit of the initial stage. He was only half a step away from the initial stage. It was like there was a thin barrier between them. After breaking through this barrier, Yi Xing's attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique would reach the next level and reach the initial stage. Its power would greatly increase. Although Yi Xing was almost certain that he could kill Zhen Qiuxi with his attainment of the Dark Spirit Spear technique, Yi Xing still hoped that he could reach the initial stage of the Dark Spirit Spear technique before the battle of life and death. As long as the Dark Spirit Spear technique reached the initial stage, even if there were any accidents during the battle of life and death, Yi Xing would not need to use the power of the astrology. He would be able to crush all the initial stage martial saints. Yi Xing would not even be afraid of a 4-star martial saint. Without using the power of the astrology, he would dare to fight with the spear in his hand. That night, Yi Xing was not in a hurry to cultivate the Dark Spirit Spear technique. Instead, he sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. More haste, less speed. Blindly cultivating might not be the best path. At certain moments, an appropriate pause might lead to unexpected results. Yi Xing sat quietly. His thoughts drifted back to the moment when he first arrived at the Star Continent. In the past year or so, he carefully recalled his journey in the Star Continent. Faces, events, battles, all of them appeared in Yi Xing's mind. His experiences in the past year or so were really complicated and changed. They surpassed his life in his previous life. Until now, Yi Xing's memories of his previous life had become fainter and fainter. 9 out of 10 of his memories were his experiences in the past year or so in the Star Continent. In these experiences, there were joys, sorrows, people he missed, people he cared about, people he respected. Of course, there were also enemies he hated. Every experience he recalled gave Yi Xing a different kind of emotion. Different experiences flashed in his mind, but the emotions generated by Yi Xing did not end with the end of the scenes in his mind. They changed one after another, settling down and intertwining with each other. At this moment, Yi Xing could be said to be filled with a myriad of emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, concern, melancholy. All kinds of emotions intertwined, causing Yi Xing's mind to fluctuate to a level that he would not normally be able to feel. At this moment, Yi Xing felt a wave of anger in his heart that needed to be vented. Although his heart was not calm and his mind was restless, Yi Xing's mind flashed with a light. He did not forcefully calm his mind, but followed the anger in his heart. He stood up, raised his hand, and took out the purple feather spear. A set of Dark Spirit Spear arts was naturally displayed. At this moment, Yi Xing practiced the Dark Spirit Spear arts. He felt that there was something more compared to the past month of practice. After a set of Dark Spirit Spear arts was displayed, Yi Xing did not withdraw the purple feather spear. Instead, he maintained the posture of the spear, like a statue, standing still. He felt that the Dark Spirit Spear arts was a whole new world, but the feeling was still very hazy. He needed some time to slowly understand it. Yi Xing maintained the posture of the spear. After more than 2 hours, when half the night had passed, he suddenly moved. The corner of his mouth had a trace of a smile as he displayed the dark spirit spear arts once again. However, this time, it was completely different. Yi Xing's cultivation of the dark spirit spear arts had broken through to the small success stage. Author's note. In the process, I can only update once. I owe 36 chapters. In short, after the 10th of this month, I will go into seclusion to write. Chapter 216. Inner Gate Life and Death Ring. Today was the day of the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple. All the Inner Gate disciples in the sect had rushed over. Many Outer Gate disciples even came to the Inner Gate Square through their connections to watch the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple. Moreover, a few of the high and mighty core disciples also showed up one after another. Core disciples were the true elites of the younger generation in the Falling Star sect. There were not many of them, only about 20 of them. Each of them was a personal disciple of an elder, and had a respected status. Core disciples were very talented. In the future they would at least be marquis or even half-step to sage. There were even a few who would reach the sage realm, and become Inner Gate elders. Therefore, even some Inner Gate deacons with high cultivation were respectful to the core disciples. The appearance of the core disciples showed that the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple had attracted a lot of attention in the Falling Star sect. Senior Brother Ma Ji. Senior Brother Lu Ju. Senior Brother Gu Ming. Wherever the 3 core disciples passed, all the Inner Gate disciples made way for them and bowed respectfully. Ma Ji, Lu Ju, and Gu Ming had arrogant looks on their faces. They nodded slightly at the crowd and walked straight to the life and death ring. Among the 3 of them, Ma Ji was in the middle and stood slightly in front. Lu Ju and Gu Ming were half a step behind. It was obvious that Ma Ji was the leader of the 3. Although the 3 of them were 4-star martial saints, in terms of cultivation, Ma Ji was the highest. He was at the peak of the 4th level Star Vortex stage, and was not far from becoming a 5-star martial saint. Moreover, in terms of strength, Ma Ji was the strongest among the 3 of them. Moreover, Ma Ji was the youngest. This showed that Ma Ji's potential was greater than theirs and his achievements in the future would be greater than theirs. Senior Brother Ma. The life and death battle between an Inner Gate disciple who became a martial saint by luck in Zhen Prison Temple is not worthy of your attention. You're giving them too much face by coming to watch the battle. Gu Ming scanned the surroundings and then looked at the empty life and death ring. They had arrived a little earlier. He said unwillingly and flattered Ma Ji at the same time. Core disciples were the future leaders of the sect. When they were young, they had already started forming circles. Ma Ji himself was the direct disciple of the Falling Star sect's law enforcement elder. His brother Ma Ren was the direct disciple of the sect master. Lu Ju and Gu Ming walked together with Ma Ji, and had always respected him. Lu Ju was a man of few words, but he nodded at Gu Ming's words. Ma Ji said indifferently, "If not for giving senior sister he face, why would I come to watch such a boring battle? An ant-like existence. Relying on luck to become a martial sage, relying on luck to obtain 10,000 contribution points. Yet he thinks that he is infallible, arrogant and complacent. He thinks that by relying on the astral crystal spiritual essence to become a 2-star martial sage, he can do whatever he wants in the inner sect. Humph. He had just become an inner disciple, yet he dared to accept the challenge to the arena of life and death with Zhen Qiuxi, one of the top 10 inner disciples. The time limit was only 1 month. Did he think that he could enter the top 10 just by cultivating for a month? What a joke. Ma Ji obviously did not like Yi Xing, and did not think highly of him. He saw him as an ant. As for the senior sister that he mentioned, it was naturally He Hongjiao, the direct disciple of the sect master's wife. He Hongjiao was an 8-star martial sage Tian Ming. Her cultivation was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm level 5. Among the core disciples, she was a well-known existence and was ranked at the top. Moreover, there were rumors that she and Ma Ren were a couple. Since there were rumors, they were naturally not groundless. He Hongjiao and Ma Ren were indeed close. Because of this, Ma Ren's younger brother, Ma Ji, brought Lu Ju and Gu Ming to support Jin Qiuxi. Jin Qiuxi obviously did not have such great influence. This was all because of He Hongjiao. As soon as Ma Ji finished speaking, there was a commotion at the side. Senior sister He Hongjiao. One after another, excited voices could be heard. It was He Hongjiao who had arrived. She was extremely popular in the Falling Star sect, and was the goddess in many disciples' hearts. There were two female disciples who were the most popular. One was He Hongjiao and the other was Lin Tongyu. The former was the #1 beauty among the core disciples, while the latter was the #1 beauty among the inner disciples. However, Lin Tongyu had become a core disciple half a month ago, and no longer had the title of the #1 beauty among the core disciples. The two of them were known as the Falling Star Duo. He Hongjiao was 22 years old this year. She had an 8-star orange life, and was at the peak of Star Vortex Realm level 5. It was impossible to determine He Hongjiao's age from her appearance. She wore a pink long dress and looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Her skin was smooth and white, and her skin was like snow. She looked extremely pleasing to the eye and made countless female disciples feel ashamed of themselves. Zhen Qiuxi arrived together with He Hongjiao. Although Zhen Qiuxi was the main character of today's life and death battle, he was obviously ignored by the other disciples because he was walking together with He Hongjiao. Amidst the excited shouts, everyone's target was He Hongjiao and no one paid any attention to Zhen Qiuxi. Perhaps there were some who called out to him, but it was completely drowned out by the crowd's shouts for He Hongjiao. No one heard the shouts of Senior Brother Zhen, or Senior Brother Zhen Qiuxi. Zhen Qiuxi walked behind He Hongjiao, and heard the shouts of the disciples on both sides. He was very envious and hoped that he could have such a day and have such high popularity and prestige among the Falling Star sect's disciples. As one of the top 10 inner court disciples, Zhen Prison Temple would usually take the initiative to address him as Senior Brother Zhen when he met other inner court disciples. However, compared to He Hongjiao, his little bit of prestige was nothing at all. As long as I have enough strength, I will have such a day too. Prestige needs to be accumulated step by step. Today is a good opportunity to kill Yixing in front of everyone, and let everyone see my strength and skills. They will admire and fear me from the bottom of their hearts. Zhen Qiuxi thought to himself and clenched his fists involuntarily. Senior sister He Hongjiao led Zhen Qiuxi forward and came to the side of Ma Ji, Lu Ju, and Gu Ming. The latter three nodded at He Hongjiao in greeting. Senior Brother Ma, Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Gu. As an inner disciple, Zhen Qiuxi's status was lower than Ma Ji and the other two core disciples. He also nodded at them one by one. The three of you are early. He Hongjiao nodded at Ma Ji and the other two core disciples. She looked around and frowned slightly. That kid is not here yet. Gu Ming laughed and said, that kid is obviously going to die in the life and death battle with Junior Brother Zhen. I'm afraid he is too scared to show up now. Why would he be in a hurry to die? The life and death battle has been agreed. It's not up to him to decide. Even if he doesn't show up, someone will catch him and put him on the life and death platform. Yeah. Lu Ju, who had always been a man of few words, sneered. Ma Ji laughed coldly and said, let's not talk about how weak he is and how he became a martial sage by luck. Even if he is really strong and is a martial arts genius, he is still an ignorant fool who is fighting on the life and death platform with his status as an inner disciple and a prodisciple. A mere inner disciple cannot kill a prodisciple, even if it is on the life and death platform. Zhen Qiuxi smiled. In this life and death battle, not only did he have 100% confidence that he could kill Yixing, but he also had 100% assurance that his life would not be in danger. At this moment, the inner disciples at the side were in an uproar. The commotion caused was not smaller than when He Hongjiao had arrived. Other than He Hongjiao, there were only two other people who could cause such a commotion among the inner disciples. One was the eldest Senior Brother Ma Ren, a 9-star orange fate genius. He was the strongest among the younger generation of Thea 6-star martial sage, and a prodisciple of the sect leader. He had a high prestige among the disciples of the Falling Star sect. However, Ma Ren was not in the Falling Star sect at this moment. He had participated in the dispute with the Dongfu sect over the star crystal mineral lode, and was still there. If it was not eldest senior brother Ma Ren, it would be the other one. As for the other one, it was naturally Lin Tongyu, who was known as the twin beauties with He Hongjiao. Lin Tongyu was once the first inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. 1.5 months ago, she had returned to the sect and was promoted to a core disciple because she had become a 4-star martial sage. Her father was the only formation elder of the Falling Star sect, and the only level 3 formation master. Her status was prominent. Her grandfather was the legend of the Falling Star sect, Grand Elder Lin Shuyuan. Her status was not ordinary. In terms of status, she was superior to He Hongjiao. In addition, her stunning appearance was not inferior to He Hongjiao's. Naturally, her fame was not inferior to He Hongjiao's. It was normal for her arrival to cause such a commotion. The twin beauties of the Falling Star sect were rarely seen. Today they actually appeared in the inner square together. It was very unexpected for the inner disciples. It was reasonable for He Hongjiao to come because He Hongjiao was the senior sister of the Zhen prison temple. The two of them had the same master. This kind of senior-sister relationship was not comparable to other senior brothers and sisters in the same sect. But why was Lin Tongyu here? No one would believe that she was attracted by the duel. 99% of the inner disciples thought that this was a duel without any suspense. Yi Xing would be defeated miserably. Moreover, he would be defeated instantly. There was not much to see at all. Therefore, Lin Tongyu's arrival shocked the inner disciples. But what shocked them even more was that Lin Tongyu did not come alone. Instead, she came together with Yi Xing Lin Tongyu, and Yi Xing walked side by side towards the arena of life and death. Some of the inner disciples excitedly shouted, "Senior Sister Lin." In the next moment, their mouths were agape and they were frozen in place like statues. They were completely stunned. Lin Tongyu came together with Yi Xing? What was the relationship between them? How did the two of them know each other? The inner disciples finally understood why Lin Tongyu came. It was because of Yi Xing. But why did Lin Danyu know Yi Xing? Why did she come together with Yi Xing? This was completely baffling and shocking. Zhen Prison Temple, He Hongjiao, and the rest were very surprised by Lin Tongyu's arrival. Their faces were filled with surprise. He Hongjiao was the first to calm down. She patted Zhen Prison Temple's shoulder and said, "Junior brother Zhen, once you enter the arena of life and death, no one can interfere. No one can stop you from killing that brat." Zhen Prison Temple's eyes flashed fiercely as he nodded his head. At this moment, Yi Xing jumped up like a wild goose and landed directly on the arena of life and death. Today's update is now at 37 chapters. Many people want to see me make a fool of myself. Previously, some people said that I was a eunuch. Now I have updated. Those who said that I was a eunuch can get lost. Now some people say that I won't pay back my debts. I can't tell these people to get lost yet. But sooner or later, you will all get lost. Not only will I pay back my debts, but I will also explode for several months this year. This is my habit. Every year, I will explode for at least half of the days. Chapter 217. Yi Xing's eyes were like swords as he glanced at Zhen Qiuxi. "Come up and die." His tone was clean and decisive, as if he was saying something that was bound to happen. It was like saying at dusk that the sky was going to turn dark. It was like saying at dawn that the sky was going to turn bright. From Yi Xing's tone, he had already determined Zhen Qiuxi's fate, death. Zhen Qiuxi was naturally infuriated by his tone. The rest of the inner disciples also started to jeer. They thought that Yi Xing was too arrogant. Tisk tisk. Among the few core disciples, Ma Ji curled his lips and said in disdain, "This brat does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Junior brother Zhen, there is no need to be polite with him. If you kill him in more than 3 moves, you will be the one losing face." Even the beautiful He Hongjiao had a cold expression on her face. She said coldly, "There is no need for 3 moves. Junior brother Zhen, just use the universal fire and kill him in 1 move." The universal fire was the ultimate move of the flame blade technique. In the past month, Zhen Qiuxi had been practicing the flame blade technique. Zhen Qiuxi's flaming saber technique was already close to mastery. In the past month, Hua Tianshu had often given him pointers, and He Hongjiao had also been practicing with him. Although the flaming saber technique had not reached mastery, Zhen Qiuxi's universal extermination of fire had reached mastery under the guidance of Hua Tianshu and He Jiao. Its power was on par with the mastery of the flaming saber technique. It was extremely rare for an initial stage martial saint to be able to train an inferior stage spiritual martial force to the great completion stage. Once a lower stage spiritual martial force reached the great completion stage, then their strength would increase greatly. Although Zhenqiu Temple was only ranked 10th among the inner disciples, just the fact that he had reached the mastery stage of extinction of fire was enough to raise his ranking by several ranks. If a competition was held, Zhenqiu Temple could definitely charge into the top 5 of the inner disciples, or even the top 3. Killing Yi Xing was not only Zhen Qiuxi's personal grudge, it was also Hua Tianshu's order. The reason why He Hongjiao was so concerned about this battle was not because of Zhen Qiuxi, but because of her teacher, Hua Tianshu. Hua Tianshu's order was to kill Yi Xing as soon as possible. Hua Tianshu was very clear about Zishan Ho's hatred towards her. She couldn't let anyone who came from Zishan Ho's side achieve anything. Otherwise, they would become a huge problem in the future. Zhen Qiuxi nodded solemnly and leaped into the life and death ring. The life and death stage was guarded by a half-step enlightened being elder. When Yi Xing and Zhen Qiuxi both got on the stage, an old man in his 60s floated out from a nearby building. Elder Wang. All the inner disciples shouted in unison. The core disciples also nodded their heads slightly to show their respect. There weren't many true masters in Thianli, a dozen or so. Every one of them held a high position and was the head of a department. For example, the Enforcement Elder, Affair Elder, Sect Affairs Elder, Formation Elder, Martial Pavilion Elder, and so on were all Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. The Falling Star School was a big family with many things to do. Even though the true immortal elders were the top figures in each department, they would be too busy to manage everything. Therefore, the ones who were really in charge were the half-true immortals. The half-step enlightened masters all had real power in their hands. Even the core disciples had to treat them with respect. The half-step enlightened master guarding the life and death ring was named Wang Shui. He belonged to the Affair Hall, which was in charge of all the internal affairs of the sect, including the fights between the disciples. Wang Shui stood on the life and death ring and glanced at Yi Xing and Zhen Qiuxi. One of them would die in the life and death ring. Wang Shui obviously didn't care who would live and who would die. Wang Shui said, "In the life and death ring, there is no winner, only life and death. You too, once the battle starts, you can't back out. Have you thought about it?" Yi Xing and Zhen Qiuxi both nodded with confidence in their eyes. Wang Shui sighed inwardly. He had been guarding the life and death ring for more than 10 years. Although the disciples rarely went on the life and death ring, Wang Shui had seen a few life and death battles. In every life and death battle, both sides were full of confidence. They thought that the one who would die in the battle would be the other, and the one who would survive would be themselves. However, no matter how confident they were, one of them would definitely die. If the other was lucky, he would be able to defeat his opponent and come out unscathed. If he was unlucky and the two of them were of similar strength, if one of them died, the other would definitely not have a good ending. In the few life and death battles that Wang Shui had seen, the victors had won completely. There was not a single person who came out unscathed. There was only one person who was lightly injured, and another who was seriously injured. As for the rest, although they had killed their opponents, they had also suffered fatal injuries. After the battle, they either didn't live for long before dying, or their bodies were crippled, and they were barely hanging on. Therefore, Wang Shui didn't like the disciples who went on the life and death ring. This was because there was a 90% chance that both sides would be injured. Wang Shui didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and 8 formation flags flew out, and stood in 8 directions of the life and death ring. A formation light shield covered the entire life and death ring. Yi Xing was surprised. Elder Wang was a formation master. The formation he had set up was the 8-gate formation. The 8-gate formation was a grade 2 formation. A great perfection 8-gate formation was sufficient to trap a noble grade martial sage. When the Great Perfection 8-gate formation enveloped the life and death arena, there was no way out. If one fought inside, one would either die or live. Let's start, Wang Shuyi said indifferently. His body flashed and he passed through the formation light shield, leaving the life and death ring. As the array master, Wang Shuyi was not restricted by the formation light shield. After Wang Shuyi left, a ferocious smile appeared on Zhen Qiuxi's face. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as they locked onto Yixing. At the same time, around the life and death ring, all the warriors, be it inner disciples, core disciples, or sect deacons, were energized. Their eyes were focused on the life and death ring. They were paying attention to the life and death battle that could erupt at any time and end at any time. Zhen Qiuxi laughed. Yixing, let's see how you can survive this time. Hehehe, the only thing you can leave behind is your last words. Yixing raised his hand, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was the purple feather spear. With the spear in his hand, Yixing's temperament changed drastically. He changed from a gentle prince to a conquering general with the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Yixing was not as emotional as Zhen Qiuxi. He was calm as usual. He pointed his spear at Zhen Qiuxi and said, "The one who will leave behind his last words is you." Zhen Qiuxi was furious and shouted, "You're courting death." With this roar, the flame celestial essence in Zhen Qiuxi's body started to boil. A ball of almost transparent flame rose from his body. The temperature around him suddenly rose sharply. The spiritual weapon in Zhen Qiuxi's hand turned red in an instant. Then with a flash of sparks, it burned with raging flames. 8 desolation flames. Zhen Qiuxi roared and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. In an instant, Zhen Qiuxi's figure disappeared, and the flaming saber light flashed. Flaming saber light shot out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were 8 flaming saber lights. Each flaming saber light was dozens of feet long, and contained a terrifying power. They came from 8 directions and slashed at Yixing at the same time. 8 flaming saber lights from 8 directions. Each of the saber lights was connected to each other, and the power circulated endlessly. No matter how he fought back, unless he destroyed all 8 flaming saber lights at the same time, it would be useless. 8 desolation flames, 8 flaming saber lights appearing at the same time. This is the ultimate move of the flaming saber technique. Has Senior Zhen Qiuxi's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm? As soon as Zhen Qiuxi made his move, the inner disciples below the life and death ring immediately exclaimed. At the same time, a large number of martial sages exclaimed. Obviously, they were shocked by Zhen Qiuxi's saber technique. Impossible. If Zhen Qiuxi's flaming saber technique reached the great completion realm, he wouldn't be the 10th inner disciple. He would be the first inner disciple. He must have practiced the 8 desolation flames diligently for the past month, and was guided by an expert to reach the great completion realm, instead of the entire flaming saber technique reaching the great completion realm. A knowledgeable and well-informed person said. In the blink of an eye, while the martial sages were still exclaiming, the 8 flaming saber lights had already surrounded Yixing and engulfed his figure. In the eyes of the martial sages, it didn't matter whether Zhen Qiuxi had reached the great completion realm, or the entire flaming saber technique. This move was enough to take Yixing's life. Moreover, Yixing would die without a complete corpse. Such a terrifying move was enough to split Yixing's body into pieces. However, this was not the case. Suddenly, Yixing's voice came out from the flames. "This is your martial arts attainment after a month of hard work." His voice was full of disdain. As Yixing spoke, the purple feather spear in his hand moved. Dark Spirit Spear Technique. Undercurrent Surge. Yixing had only displayed the power of the Dark Spirit Spear Technique to the beginner level. However, he had integrated the power of darkness into it. When the purple feather spear stabbed out, it turned into darkness. The darkness spread instantly. It first surrounded Yixing, then the 8 flaming saber lights, and then the entire life and death ring. Below the life and death ring, cries of surprise rang out. The eyes of the martial sages were filled with shock at this moment. The life and death ring suddenly turned dark. It seemed like the 8 flaming saber lights had been destroyed in an instant. Of course, the power of darkness of the spear was not enough to destroy the 8 flaming saber lights. However, under the cover of the power of darkness, the 8 flaming saber lights could not be seen. The moment the darkness enveloped the life and death ring, the purple feather spear turned into a surging undercurrent and swept out. The 8 flaming saber lights were all destroyed by Yi Xing's move. The darkness that enveloped the life and death ring only existed for a moment. When the darkness disappeared, everything returned to normal. The 8 flaming saber lights were no longer around Yi Xing. There were only a few flaming sparks left. Dark. Power. Darkness? Zhen Qiuxi, who was on the life and death ring, and the martial sages below the life and death ring all exclaimed in unison. This chapter was written yesterday. I was at my wife's grandfather's house last night. I couldn't enter the Qidian platform and couldn't update. Everyone. Wait. There was a message in the letter. Some readers knew about it, but some didn't. Sorry. I updated a chapter yesterday, and I'm overdue for 38 chapters. I'm back in Shenyang today. I'll update at least 2 chapters. The updates will stabilize in the future. It seems that I can start updating before the 10th. Brothers, please pay attention to my gong. Everyone. Wait. Letter. EK chocolate. If there's anything, I'll announce it in the letter. Also, I'll publish Yi Xing's picture in the letter tomorrow. Chapter 218. Force was the Tao of heaven and earth, the essence of all living things. When a martial artist cultivated, it was not only the Tao of martial arts, but also the Tao of heaven and earth. However, the Tao of heaven and earth was more profound and difficult to control than the Tao of martial arts. When a martial artist stepped into the celestial vortex realm, he would enter the door of martial arts and begin to comprehend the Tao of martial arts. However, it was much later for him to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. It was not easy for a martial sage to comprehend a Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, only martial sages of the noble level could reach this step. Among the Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of the 5 elements was the most common, followed by wind, thunder, and then other special Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao of darkness was one of the special Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was difficult to comprehend a Tao force, but it was even more difficult to comprehend the Tao of darkness. Yi Xing had just become a martial sage, and was only a 2-star martial sage. However, he had already comprehended the Tao of darkness. This shocked everyone. Among the martial sages present, there were only a few who had comprehended the Tao of force. Moreover, none of them had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth. The martial sages looked at Yi Xing as if they were looking at a freak. To comprehend the Tao of darkness at the 2nd level of the celestial vortex realm, what kind of comprehension did that require? What kind of martial arts genius did he have to be to have such comprehension? Yi Xing had comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art when he was only a 2-star martial sage. This was not surprising. On the life and death ring, Zhen Qiuxi was shocked and his voice trembled. You have comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art? Zhen Qiuxi was shocked. Although he sounded like he was asking, he was actually stating the truth. It was obvious that Yi Xing had comprehended the Tao of darkness and mastered the dark spirit spear art. With the Tao of darkness and the dark spirit spear art, Yi Xing had the ability to kill Zhen Qiuxi. Therefore, Zhen Qiuxi could not help but be shocked. However, Zhen Prison Temple still had a trump card in hand. Therefore, even though he was terrified of Yi Xing's strength, he did not let it get to him. His expression quickly calmed down. Pointing his spear at Zhen Prison Temple, Yi Xing said indifferently, "That's right, it's your honor to die under the Dark Spirit Spear Art." Dark Spirit Spear Art. Divine Light Flash. As soon as Yi Xing finished speaking, he unleashed his killing move. The purple feather spear in his hand pierced forward, and in an instant, a dark spear light shot out. The speed of the spear radiance was like a flash of inspiration in his mind. It was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it shattered all the air currents and arrived in front of Zhenqiu Temple. The power of darkness came along with the purple feather spear. Zhen Qiuxi felt his vision go black. He was suddenly in darkness, unable to see any light. At this moment, even if Zhen Qiuxi's strength was doubled, He would not be able to escape the fate of being killed by Yi Xing's spear. This made Zhen Qiuxi's heart tighten as he shuddered violently. Below the life and death ring, many martial saints became nervous at this moment. Their eyes widened. They had already expected this outcome, but they could not believe it. They could not believe that Zhen Qiuxi, who was ranked in the top 10 of the inner disciples and had mastered the vast desolation of fire, who was ranked in the top 5 of the inner disciples, would be killed by Yi Xing in one move. At this moment, only 2 people remained calm. One was Lin Tongyu, and the other was He Hongjiao. Even the half-step Shinran elder, Wang Shuyi, had a strange look in his eyes. Lin Tongyu's expression was calm. This was understandable because Yi Xing had the upper hand. There was no need for her to be nervous. In terms of quantity, she was just surprised at the speed of Yi Xing's strength improvement. On the other hand, He Hongjiao's expression was calm. This was meaningful. Logically speaking, Zhen Qiuxi would definitely die under this spear. He Hongjiao should be shocked. However, she did not. Her expression was calm. It was obvious that Zhen Qiuxi would not die under this spear. Zhen Qiuxi, who was in the dark, felt a chill in his heart. He waved his hand and a ray of light suddenly flew out. Clang! In an instant, this ray of light collided with the purple feather spear, causing an explosion. It was the first time Yi Xing's expression changed. He was shocked as he felt a terrifying force coming from the tip of the spear, causing his attack to be hindered. Not only did it come to a stop, it even felt like he was being pushed backward by the force. This wasn't the only attack Zhen Qiu Temple had thrown out. After an explosion, the ray of light split into 3 and suddenly shot towards Yi Xing from 3 directions. At this moment, Yi Xing activated his super brain to scan. The 3 rays of light were clearly scanned into his mind. They were 3 flying daggers. With Zhen Qiuxi's strength, it was obvious that he could not use the flying daggers to block Yi Xing's divine flash. Therefore, the terrifying force that Yi Xing felt was not Zhen Qiuxi's power. It came from the 3 flying daggers themselves. Yi Xing was stunned. These 3 flying daggers were a very terrifying weapon. They were forbidden weapons. Forbidden weapons were different from conventional weapons. They were not weapons that could be used for a long time. They were weapons that would be destroyed after one use. It was very difficult to make forbidden weapons. The materials needed were also very precious. They would be destroyed after one use. The price was very high. There was no such luxurious weapon on the market. In this situation, only a craftsman would be willing to spend a lot of money to make forbidden weapons for use in times of danger. Zhen Qiuxi was a craftsman and so was He Hongjiao. However, neither Zhen Qiuxi nor He Hongjiao could make forbidden weapons as powerful as these 3 flying daggers. Zhen Qiuxi and He Hongjiao's master, Hua Tianshu, was also a craftsman. Moreover, she was a mid-level spiritual craftsman. It was more than enough for her to make forbidden weapons like these 3 flying daggers. Therefore, it was obvious that these 3 flying daggers were Hua Tianshu's. No wonder Zhen Qiuxi was defeated. He Hongjiao's expression was still calm. She was not worried that Zhen Qiuxi would be killed by Yi Xing. It turned out that she knew that Zhen Qiuxi had Hua Tianshu's forbidden weapons. These 3 flying daggers were Zhen Qiuxi's real trump card. The situation suddenly changed. Zhen Qiuxi was about to be killed by Yi Xing's spear. Suddenly, he used a weapon to turn the situation around. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was in a life-and-death situation because of the 3 flying daggers. The changes in a battle were really fast. Until the last moment, no one dared to say that they would definitely win even if they had the upper hand. Forbidden weapons. Some people with good eyesight instantly recognized the types of the 3 flying daggers and exclaimed. When the martial sages heard this, they were all shocked. Forbidden weapons were treasures that could only be found by chance. Zhen Qiuxi actually had such a powerful forbidden weapon. Perhaps even a 4-star martial sage could be killed by these 3 flying daggers if he was caught off guard. The martial sages were still nervous. However, they were not nervous about Zhen Qiuxi, but about Yi Xing. Before the battle, most of the martial sages were on Zhen Qiuxi's side. However, Yi Xing's amazing spear had shocked everyone and made them submit. The martial sages felt that it was a pity that such a martial arts genius had fallen. This was because they knew that if Zhen Qiuxi did not use the forbidden weapon, he would definitely not be a match for Yi Xing with his true strength. Yi Xing, even if you have mastered the dark spirit spear art, so what? You will still die under my master's fatal flying daggers. When Zhen Qiuxi saw that the fatal flying daggers had broken Yi Xing's attack and instantly put Yi Xing in a life and death situation, he felt very happy and could not help but cheer. There were a total of 3 fatal flying daggers. Hua Tianshu had specially refined them for the battle between Zhen Qiuxi and Yi Xing. The higher the level of the forbidden weapon, the more expensive the materials used. The fatal flying daggers refined by Hua Tianshu were equivalent to a full-strength attack of a 4-star martial sage. In her opinion, even if Zhen Qiuxi could not do anything to Yi Xing, this set of fatal flying daggers was enough to take Yi Xing's life. When the fatal flying daggers were thrown out from Zhen Qiuxi's hands, Yi Xing's hair stood on end. He reacted quickly and instantly felt the threat of death. Dark Spear Curtain. Yi Xing took the opportunity to put away the purple feather spear. His body also followed the terrifying force and suddenly retreated backward. The purple feather spear instantly turned into a dark spear curtain. This move was a defensive spear move of the dark spirit spear art. When Yi Xing used it together with the dark force, its defensive power was shocking. Moreover, while Yi Xing borrowed the force to retreat, he also condensed his celestial essence into a pair of wings. At the same time, he also used the wind force. Even though he did not know any spirit martial arts movement technique, his speed was still as fast as lightning. Clang, clang, clang. 3 explosions sounded almost at the same time. The power of the fatal flying daggers was indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 cracks were torn in the dark spear curtain. The 3 flying daggers, with bright brilliance, continued to shoot forward and kill Yi Xing. However, although Yi Xing's spear move was blocked, the dark spear curtain still had a certain degree of effect. It greatly weakened the power of the life-seizing flying dagger, and also reduced its speed. Whoosh! Yi Xing used the wind force and flapped his star essence wings. His speed was as fast as flying. Like a streamer, he flashed to the right in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 flying daggers almost brushed past Yi Xing's afterimage. In an instant, they pierced the light shield that covered the life and death ring, making a sound of gold and iron hitting each other. The Grand Completion 8-gate formation could even block the attack of a noble realm martial saint. The fatal flying daggers were only equivalent to a full-strength attack of a 4-star martial saint. Naturally, they could not affect the light shield at all. The 3 flying daggers bounced back and exploded into pieces in mid-air. After a strike, a forbidden weapon, whether it succeeded or not, would be scrapped. It would no longer be useful and even the materials would not be left. The forbidden weapon was destroyed, but Yi Xing, holding the purple feather spear, was safe and sound. Below the life and death ring, all the martial saints were shocked. Even He Hongjiao and Lin Tongyu were so. There were even some who were dumbfounded at this moment. This was a forbidden weapon. A forbidden weapon refined by Hua Tianshu, the wife of the sect leader, who was a level 2 weapon refining grandmaster, could not hurt Yi Xing at all? How is this possible? The forbidden weapon is very powerful, but I don't believe that you have a second forbidden weapon. Yi Xing's cold voice sounded. Today, I still only updated 1 chapter. The number of chapters 10 is 39. I will start to make up for it tomorrow. I will work hard and try to pay back all the chapters 10 by March. Chapter 219. Zhen Qiuxi's expression turned into horror. This time he was truly terrified. Yi Xing was right. He did not have a second forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapons were extremely precious. Hua Tianshu had given the fatal flying dagger, a forbidden weapon that was equivalent to a full-force attack of a 4-star martial saint, to the Zhen prison temple. It was already a foolproof plan. Who would have thought that even this could not kill Yi Xing? When Zhen Qiuxi met Yi Xing's sharp gaze, he immediately took a step back and his momentum was greatly reduced. Yi Xing, I am the prodisciple of the Weapon Pavilion Elder. Prodisciples have. Zhen Qiuxi looked at Yi Xing with fear in his eyes and his voice trembling. Dark Spirit Spear. However, before Zhen Qiuxi could finish his words, Yixing shouted and performed the ultimate killing move of the Dark Spirit Spear art. The spear shot towards Zhen Qiuxi. So what if he was a prototype? So what if he was the prototype of the Weapon Pavilion Elder Hua Tianshu? In the life and death ring, Yixing would kill him without hesitation. Rip! The air between the two was torn apart in an instant, producing an ear-piercing sound. The purple feather spear carried a terrifying dark aura, and an extremely terrifying power as it pierced towards Zhen Qiuxi. The spear's power covered the sky and was unstoppable. Below the life and death ring, many martial saints exclaimed. Yixing's spear was too terrifying. Even though they were not the target of the attack, they could not help but be shocked. Facing Yixing's attack, Zhen Qiuxi did not have time to speak. He only had time to roar. Whoosh! In an instant, a flaming star rushed out from between his eyebrows and hung in the sky. Countless flaming stars fell, increasing Zhen Qiuxi's star power greatly. Astrology Flaming Star. Zhen Qiuxi's astrology was the same as Zi Shanho's. It was a fire-based astrology, but it was not as good as Zi Shanho's Earth-Fire Star. However, as a fire-based astrology, it was much more powerful than an ordinary astrology. Zhen Qiuxi roared and waved the spiritual weapon in his hand. It turned into a flaming saber screen as he defended himself with all his might. Under the support of the star power of the fire astrology, the flaming saber screen was like an impenetrable wall. Zhen Qiuxi's strength was top-notch among the 3-star martial saints. If he defended with all his strength, even the top 3-star martial saints would find it difficult to break his defense. As for Yixing, he was merely a 2-star martial saint. However, Yixing's strength was not only at the level of a 2-star martial saint. In particular, the might of the Dark Spirit Spear that he had unleashed was something that not even a 3-star martial saint could compare with. Therefore, even if Zhen Prison Temple defended with all its might, it was futile against Yixing's spear technique. Boom! The tip of the spear collided with the saber screen. With a loud explosion, sparks flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the purple feather spear pierced a large crack in the flaming blade screen. Especially at the tip of the spear, the flaming blade screen shattered and caved in. With the terrifying power of Yixing's spear, it would not take more than 2 or 3 breaths of time for it to be completely penetrated. Once the flaming blade screen was penetrated, Zhen Prison Temple's body would be penetrated by the purple feather spear. Seeing the flaming blade screen shattering and the tip of the spear shattering, all the spectating martial saints felt their hearts jump to their throats. The process of slowly penetrating the spear screen and killing Zhen Prison Temple was even more nerve-wracking and shocking than the instant death of Zhen Prison Temple. Stop it! Below the life and death ring someone shouted. It was the core disciple Ma Ji. The life of a pro-disciple is protected by the sect rules. Yixing, even if you killed Zhen Prison Temple on the life and death ring, according to the sect rules, you still have to die. Only the disciples of the enlightened being elders were called pro-disciples. Every pro-disciple had an enlightened being master, who had a close relationship with the highest level of power in the sect. Therefore, pro-disciples were specially protected by the sect rules. Even if a pro-disciple had violated the sect rules, or even committed a capital offense, he could only be punished by the sect. Ordinary disciples were not allowed to take his life, no matter when or where. It was for this reason that Zhen Prison Temple felt that he was 100% safe before the battle. This was because if he killed Yixing, it would be fine. However, if Yixing killed him, it would be a capital offense. As for his defeat on the life and death ring, according to the rules, his life and death would be decided by Yixing. However, as long as Yixing did not kill him on the life and death ring, he would not die under the protection of Elder Hua Tianshu. However, at this moment, facing Yixing's ferocious attacks, Zhen Prison Temple thought that Yixing would not dare to kill him. However, the fear of death made him lose his composure. Only fear remained. Ma Ji's words did not affect Yixing. Yixing's attacks did not slow down. Like a hot knife through butter, the purple feather spear continued to shatter the flaming blade screen and pierce forward. It was true that personal disciples were protected by the sect rules. However, the fact that personal disciples could not be killed was only relative to ordinary inner disciples. As for Yixing, he was not an ordinary inner disciple. He was also a personal disciple of an elder. Moreover, he was the personal disciple of Array Formation elder Lin Fenghua. When personal disciples fought on the life and death ring, it was natural to determine life and death. As long as there was a chance, they could kill each other. Ma Ji said this because he did not know that Yi Xing was also a personal disciple. Other than Lin Tongyu, no one else knew this. Therefore, when they heard that Yi Xing was determined to kill Zhen Prison Temple, they all frowned. This was practically mutual destruction. Although Yi Xing did not use the power of astrology, and was able to defeat Zhen Prison Temple despite being a rare talent, Zhen Prison Temple was the personal disciple of an elder of the Tool Pavilion, who was Elder Hua Tianshu. She was the wife of the sect master. Yi Xing had committed such a crime. Therefore, Hua Tianshu would definitely not let Yi Xing off. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 breaths of time had passed while Ma Ji was speaking. After Ma Ji finished speaking, the purple feather spear completely penetrated the flaming saber curtain in the blink of an eye. The purple feather spear carried the power of darkness and continued forward, drowning the flames. In an instant, Zhen Prison Temple's entire body was shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, a shrill scream was heard. Yi Xing, you are courting death. Ma Ji roared when he saw that Yi Xing did not respond to his words. The power of darkness dissipated in an instant. Everything that happened on the life and death ring appeared clearly in everyone's eyes. Yi Xing and Zhen Prison Temple stood half a foot apart. The purple feather spear had penetrated Zhen Prison Temple's chest. The handle of the spear was in Yi Xing's right hand. Zhen Prison Temple's eyes were wide open. They were filled with fear, disbelief, and pain. His expression was frozen. He was already dead. The life and death battle had ended. Yi Xing had won without any injuries. Zhen Prison Temple was dead. Below the life and death ring, cries of surprise could be heard. When the battle started, most of the martial sages were on Zhen Prison Temple's side. Obviously, they did not expect this result. He Hongjiao, Ma Ji, Lu Ju, Gu Ming, and the other core disciples looked pale. Some were gritting their teeth. They were all furious. At this moment, Elder Wang Shiyi, who was half a step away from perfected person, sighed. He waved his hand and retrieved the 8 formation flags. The 8-gate formation that covered the life and death ring disappeared. Yi Hongjiao looked at Ma Ji and nodded. Ma Ji immediately leaped up and rushed onto the life and death ring. The martial sages were in an uproar. What was Ma Ji trying to do? Entering the life and death ring meant that one had to fight to the death. Ma Ji was a core disciple who was superior. There was no reason for him to enter the life and death ring to challenge an inner disciple. This was a matter that would cause others to gossip about and embarrass him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ma Ji was an expert in swordsmanship. While he was in the air, he had already taken out a spiritual weapon. The sword radiance was like the moon. In an instant, he had already attacked 3 times. Each attack was a killing move. He attacked Yi Xing with the intention of instantly killing Yi Xing on the life and death ring. Ma Ji was a core disciple. Furthermore, he was one of the best among the 4-star martial sages. Below the life and death ring, the martial sages were all shocked. Facing Ma Ji's killing move, Yi Xing's gaze turned cold. He shook his purple feather spear and flicked it. Zhen Qiuxi's corpse immediately flew up and flew towards the 3 sword radiances. Ma Ji wanted to kill Yi Xing with 3 sword strikes. Yi Xing let Zhen Qiuxi's corpse receive the sword strikes. If these 3 sword strikes hit, Zhen Qiuxi would probably be cut into pieces. Although Zhen Qiuxi was dead, Ma Ji did not dare to damage Zhen Qiuxi's corpse. He could only quickly withdraw his sword and land at the edge of the life and death ring to receive Zhen Qiuxi's corpse. At this moment, Yi Xing jumped and somersaulted backwards. He got off the life and death ring and shouted, "As a core disciple, you have already lost your dignity by challenging me, an inner disciple. Now that you are on the life and death ring, you did not even challenge me. Instead, you launched a sneak attack on me. Do you have any shame?" Hearing this, the martial sages started to discuss among themselves. Their words were all criticizing Ma Ji. It was easy for a high-level disciple to bully a low-level disciple. Moreover, Ma Ji did not even challenge Yi Xing on the life and death ring. This made the martial sages very unhappy. If a high-level disciple was like this, how would the inner disciples present have a good life in the future? Wouldn't they become fish on the chopping block? Naturally, they were all full of vigor. Ma Ji stood on the life and death ring. Hearing the discussions of the martial sages, he was unhappy. He snorted coldly and said, "Who said that I wanted to challenge you? Yixing, who do you think you are? You are not worthy of my challenge." Humph. Yixing, you killed Zhenqiusi, a prodisciple. According to the sect rules, this is a capital offense. As the prodisciple of the law enforcement elder, I naturally have to arrest you and hand you over to the law enforcement hall. Do you think you can escape after getting off the life and death ring? Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will catch you. As soon as Ma Ji said this, his image immediately changed. Since Ma Ji was enforcing the law, there was nothing more to say. When catching criminals, it didn't matter if your cultivation was low or not. Even if you were just an ordinary warrior, if they wanted to catch you, they would still catch you. Seeing that Ma Ji was about to attack again, Yixing laughed and said, "Who said that I broke the sect rules and committed a capital offense? Zhenqiusi was a prodisciple, and so was I, Yixing. What crime is there in killing him on the life and death ring?" Hearing this, the whole place fell silent. Yixing was also a prodisciple? What kind of joke was this? Ha 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 ha. After a while, Ma Ji burst out laughing. "You are also a prodisciple? You don't know how to brag. How long have you been an inner disciple? Who would accept you as a prodisciple? This is a load of nonsense. Do you think you can escape by making up a lie? Stop talking nonsense, and come with me to the law enforcement hall. Thank you, Long Hudo brothers, for your 10,000 coins. Thank you. Thank you, Lonely is Lonely Wu and Buddha, Midnight Breeze, Fire Music King, Only Love You, Apt 5432, Maple Charm, Weasel 22, Dark Night Sorrow, Buried Fairy Tale, and other brothers for their tips. Thank you very much. Chapter 220. Ma Ji did not believe that Yixing was a personal disciple at all. This was because Yixing had only been an inner disciple for a month. During this month, no perfected person had accepted Yixing as a personal disciple. It was a big deal for a perfected person to accept a personal disciple. If it was true, the other people in the Falling Star sect would know about it. Who after Ma Ji laughed, he circulated his star essence and his sword chi was shocking. He wanted to continue attacking Yixing. Looking at his power, if he attacked again, it would be a thunderous attack. He is indeed a personal disciple. However, at this moment, someone spoke up for Yixing. The voice was pleasant. When the martial saints heard it, their eyes lit up. It was Lin Tongyu, one of the two beauties of the Falling Star sect. Lin Tongyu was a new core disciple. She used to be the first in the inner sect. Her father was the only array elder in Thelen Fenghua. Her grandfather was the grand elder of Thelen Shuyuan. Her identity and status were not trivial. Her words carried a lot of weight. With Lin Tongyu as a witness, Ma Ji had to stop his attack and stop his surging aura. He said, "Junior sister Lin, he has only been in the inner sect for a month. Which perfected person elder accepted him as a personal disciple? If he is really a personal disciple, why don't I know about it? Why don't all of you know about it?" Although his words were polite, the questioning in his tone was obvious. When the martial saints heard this, they nodded. They also did not believe that Yixing was a personal disciple. Lin Tongyu said, 1.5 months ago, junior brother Yi found the star crystal vein, and blocked the disciples of the East supporting sect with his array to protect the star crystal vein. My father rushed to the star crystal vein, and saw that junior brother Yi was very talented in arrays. He accepted junior brother Yi as a personal disciple. I was also there at that time. Can my father's disciple be considered a personal disciple? Everyone was stunned. The martial saints knew how important an array master was. Without an array master, the sect would not be safe. The Falling Star sect was able to pass down its legacy because it had many level 3 arrays. These level 3 arrays were set up and repaired by generations of level 3 array masters. If a sect did not have a formation master, and if there was no successor for the formation Dao, then it would be at risk of being destroyed at any time. The Falling Star sect had Lin Fenghua, a level 3 array master. Even a level 4 sage would not be able to get away with it. Without Lin Fenghua, the array was just a dead array. Although it could resist a level 4 sage for a short period of time, it would not last long. With the strength of the Falling Star sect and its sphere of influence, its enemies were usually only at the level of a 3-star true master. It was extremely rare for it to encounter an enemy at the level of a 4-star true master. Therefore, as long as there was a formation master, the legacy of the sect would never be broken. Array masters were closely related to the legacy of the sect, which showed their importance. Among the elders of the most important one was the array master. The disciple of the formation elder was naturally a personal disciple. Furthermore, he was a personal disciple with a special status. His status was comparable to the personal disciples of the sect leader. He is the direct disciple of the formation elder? Ma Ji asked hoarsely. He found it hard to believe that Yi Xing actually had such an identity. However, Lin Tongyu was also an important person among the Falling Star sect disciples. She could not possibly be lying. Although Ma Ji used a questioning tone, he was actually stating an unbelievable fact. It was not just Ma Ji. He Hongjiao, Lu Ju, Gu Ming, and the other core disciples, all the inner sect disciples, and the other martial sages present were all shocked. They never expected that Yi Xing was also a personal disciple. Furthermore, he was the personal disciple of the formation elder. Countless people in the Falling Star sect wanted to become the formation elder's disciple. Unfortunately, no matter how talented they were, the formation elder would not take a liking to them. He only took disciples based on their talent in formations. In all these years, the formation elder had only taken in one disciple, Lin Tongyu. This was because Lin Tongyu was his daughter. He had never taken in a true disciple before. My father will arrive at the Falling Star sect tomorrow. At that time he will announce this news. Lin Tongyu's voice rang out, dispelling the doubts of the martial sages who were still in disbelief. Ma Ji stood on the life and death platform, his face ashen and his cheeks burning. Anger burned in his heart. Yi Xing was a personal disciple. Killing Zhen Qiuxi on the life and death platform did not violate the sect's rules. Therefore, Ma Ji did not have the right to arrest Yi Xing. However, he rushed onto the life and death platform and attacked Yi Xing without saying anything. This was a complete joke. As a core disciple, he felt that he had lost all his face. Since you are a personal disciple, why didn't you say so earlier? You purposely hid your identity to embarrass me? Ma Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. He gritted his teeth and casually found a reason to blame Yi Xing, haha. Yi Xing smiled faintly. Do I have to tell you that I am the formation elder's personal disciple? Do I have to announce it to everyone? As a person, one should not be so ostentatious. Keep a low profile, understand? Ma Ji felt his chest swell. Hot blood almost gushed out of his body. Junior brother Ma, let's go. Below the life and death platform, He Hongjiao waved at Ma Ji and turned to leave. Although Hua Tianshu's order was to kill Yi Xing, there was no reason to find trouble with Yi Xing today. Yi Xing was the formation elder's personal disciple. If he was aggressive and purposely bullied the formation elder, things would get out of hand. Therefore they could only give up today. Zhen Qiuxi's death would be in vain. Ma Ji stood on the life and death platform, and was in a dilemma. He Hongjiao's words gave him a way out. He quickly left the life and death platform, and left with He Hongjiao. Lu Ju and Gu Ming followed closely behind. The nearby martial sages made way for them. When He Hongjiao and the other core disciples left, they glanced at Yi Xing. The hatred in their eyes was obvious. Yi Xing had just become an inner disciple for a month, but he had already killed a top 10 inner disciple, and offended a few core disciples. This was unprecedented in the Falling Star sect. The martial sages saw this and knew that Yi Xing had made many enemies in the Falling Star sect. Therefore, even though Yi Xing was now one of the top 10 inner disciples, not many inner disciples came to greet him. Most of the inner disciples left quickly, avoiding Yi Xing. They were afraid that others would misunderstand that they were friends with Yi Xing. Soon, the surroundings of the life and death platform were deserted. Only Lin Tongyu was left beside Yixing, senior sister Lin. Thank you for being my witness. Otherwise, they would not have let this go. Yixing thanked Lin Tongyu. Although he had used his full strength and was not afraid of Ma Ji, he did not want things to escalate to that stage. Otherwise, he would have exposed all his trump cards. Lin Tongyu smiled faintly like a blooming flower. You were originally my father's disciple, and I was merely speaking the truth. On the other hand, junior martial brother Yi, you're truly surprising. Your heaven's mandate is clearly not high, but your martial talent is so high that it is shocking. Our sect has never seen anyone succeed in cultivating the dark spirit spear art for more than 700 years, and you have even comprehended the power of darkness. In the future, if your cultivation increases, you will have great achievements. Huh? Yixing laughed. His dream was much higher than Lin Tongyu's great achievements. As for the future, there was no need to talk about it. Yixing said. You said that your father will return to the sect tomorrow. Is the situation at the Star Crystal Lode stable? Lin Tongyu nodded. Yes. The East supporting sect suffered 2 losses in a row and gave up the fight for the Star Crystal Lode. They have retreated. My father has set up many level 3 formations near the lode. The East supporting sect can't take them down. That's good. Yixing was delighted. He was the one who discovered the Star Crystal Lode. He did not expect the East supporting sect to take it away. Now that the Falling Star sect had completely defended the Star Crystal Lode, Yixing was completely relieved. The two chatted for a while and then left. Yixing went to the Elixir Pavilion. He had absorbed the Star Crystal spiritual essence and raised his cultivation to the 2nd level of the Celestial Vortex realm. There was still a lot of pure astral energy left in his body. In the past month, Yixing had been cultivating his archery and spear skills. He had also gradually absorbed the pure astral energy in his body and consolidated his cultivation to the later stage of the Celestial Vortex realm. Now that the pure astral energy in his body was gone, Yixing had some low-grade spiritual herbs with him. He planned to ask an alchemist to refine them into spiritual pills to aid his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex realm as soon as possible. There was only 1 month left before the opening of the Falling Star secret area. Zishanho had instructed Yixing to fight for the opportunity to enter the Falling Star secret area. Otherwise, he would have to wait for another 3 years. With Yixing's current strength, he was confident that he could challenge a core disciple of the 4th level of the Celestial Vortex realm. However, Yixing did not want to reveal his trump card in a public challenge. Therefore, it would be best if he could defeat a core disciple of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm without using his astrology to enter the Falling Star secret area. It was too difficult to defeat a 4th level Martial Saint without using his astrology when he was only at the 2nd level of the Celestial Vortex realm. However, if he could break through to the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex realm and become a 3-star Martial Saint, it would be a piece of cake. Elixir Pavilion. Yixing reported his identity as a direct disciple to the Elixir Pavilion's deacon and requested to refine pills. The deacon then brought him to a half-step perfected person elder of the Elixir Pavilion. Coincidentally, the half-step perfected person elder of the Elixir Pavilion was Gongyang Xian, who was in charge of Yixing's entrance into the Falling Star sect. Gongyang Xian, a half-step perfected person, was also a middle-grade alchemist. Yixing had only been in the Falling Star sect for a few months. First, he rose to the top of the Outer Sanctum. Then, he discovered the Star Crystal Mine in the Green Cloud Mountains and obtained 10,000 contribution points. With the Star Crystal spiritual essence, he broke through to the Celestial Vortex realm and became a Martial Saint. He was promoted to an Inner Sanctum disciple. Especially today, when Yixing killed the top 10 Inner Sanctum disciple, Zhen Qiuxi, on the life and death arena. The news spread like wildfire and then Gongyang Xian had already heard of it. As one of the Outer Sanctum disciples that Gongyang Xian had accepted, Yixing had achieved so much and caused such a big commotion. It was hard for Gongyang Xian not to pay attention to him. Naturally, he recognized Yixing. Gongyang Xian sized up Yixing, and his heart was filled with shock. Yi Xing had entered the Falling Star sect as the top disciple in the assessment. At that time, Gongyang Xian had never imagined that in just a few months, Yi Xing would reach such a level. Thank you to Evil Spirits Dance for the 10,000 contribution points. Thank you to Dark Knight's Sorrow and Wind Walking Under the Heavens for the contribution points. Thank you. There will be a third update tonight, starting from today. Chapter 221. I did not expect you to have such a promising future. Gongyang Xian sighed and said in a shocked tone, Yi Xing, you have really exceeded this old man's expectations. Yi Xing smiled faintly. He was not arrogant or boastful. He also did not say anything hypocritical and modest. Instead, he went straight to the main topic. Yi Xing said, Disciple's fate is low and I need spirit pills to aid my cultivation. I have some inferior grade spirit herbs with me. Elder Gongyang, please help me refine them. Gongyang Xian nodded. Take out your spirit herbs and let me take a look. It is rare for you to be so promising. As the person in charge of recruiting you, this old man also feels proud. Today, I will refine pills for you for free. There is no need for you to pay me. When one asked an alchemist to refine pills, one had to pay the alchemist 30% of the refined pills as a reward. This was the sect's rule. Furthermore, this was the internal price of the sect. If one was not from Theon would have to pay 50% of the refined pills as a reward. Hence, being an alchemist was an extremely wealthy profession. Yi Xing took out all the spirit herbs he had on him. There was a total of 6 stalks. One of them was a clear spirit grass and the other 5 were holy spirit grass. They were all less than 200 years old, and were inferior grade spirit herbs. Clear spirit grass could be used to refine clear spirit pills, which were detoxifying spirit pills. Holy spirit grass could be used to refine holy spirit pills, which were used to raise one's cultivation. Gongyang Xian's expression changed slightly. Spirit herbs were precious herbs that were extremely hard to obtain. Even inferior grade spirit herbs were not easy to obtain. When early-stage martial sages entered the Azure Cloud Mountain range to search for spirit herbs, they would return empty-handed most of the time. If they were lucky, they might find 1 or 2 stalks. If they were even luckier, they might find 3 stalks. Yi Xing took out 6 inferior-grade spirit herbs at once. To an early-stage martial sage, this was a lot of inferior-grade spirit herbs. According to Gongyang Xian's expectations, when Yi Xing asked him to refine pills, he would only ask for 1 holy spirit herb or 2 at most. He did not expect so many. 1 stalk of spirit herb could be used to refine 3 spirit dawn. 6 stalks of spirit herbs could be used to refine 18 spirit dawn. The value of 1 spirit dan was already very high. 18 low-grade spirit dawn was a relatively large sum of money. If Gongyang Xian took 30% of the reward, he could get 5 low-grade spirit pills. 5 pills were already very precious. However, Gongyang Xian had already said that he would refine pills for free. As a sect elder and a middle-rank alchemist, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word for such a small benefit. 1 clear spirit grass, 3 clear spirit pills, 5 saint spirit grasses and 15 saint spirit pills. Come to me tomorrow at this time to collect the pills. Gongyang Xian nodded. If it was a low-rank spirit alchemist, the success rate of refining low-rank spirit pills might not be 100%. However, Gongyang Xian was a mid-rank spirit alchemist. Naturally, there would be no mistakes when refining low-rank spirit pills. Thank you, Elder Gongyang. Yi Xing cupped his fists and bowed to Gongyang Xian to express his gratitude. Yi Xing wanted to improve his cultivation quickly. The more spirit dawn, the better. It was naturally best that Gongyang Xian didn't take any reward. Yi Xing wouldn't force it on him. After leaving the elixir pavilion, Yi Xing went to his residence. On the way, he met Chu Jingyue. He and Chu Jingyue hadn't seen each other for a month and a half after parting ways in the Star Crystal Lode. After Yi Xing returned to he naturally heard the news about Chu Jingyue. He knew that she had been accepted as a pro-disciple by Huatian Shu. Yi Xing was depressed about this for a long time. However, Yi Xing had already thought it through. Chu Jingyue was just an ordinary 9-star red life disciple. She was at the bottom of the inner disciples. It was her fortune to have an elder accept her as a prodisciple. Yixing didn't need to take it to heart. Moreover, Hua Tianshu hated him because he came from Zishan Commandery. In Hua Tianshu's heart, he was Zishan Ho's man. Chu Jingyue came from Donghu Commandery and had no grudges with Hua Tianshu. Although he didn't know why Hua Tianshu accepted her as a prodisciple, he wouldn't harm her. Therefore, Yixing was happy for Chu Jingyue in his heart. However, since Chu Jingyue was already Hua Tianshu's prodisciple, Yixing had drawn a line in his heart to separate him from Chu Jingyue. After all, their standpoints had changed. In Yixing's opinion, from now on, it was better for him to have less contact with Chu Jingyue. Therefore, after leaving the Yixing didn't plan to meet Chu Jingyue. Now that he suddenly met Chu Jingyue, it was beyond Yixing's expectations. Senior brother Yi. When Chu Jingyue saw Yixing, her eyes suddenly lit up and she was still enthusiastic. In her heart, Yixing had always occupied an extremely important position and had left an indelible mark. Junior sister Chu. With a smile on his face, Yixing nodded at her. When he and Zhen Qiuxi went to the life and death platform just now, he didn't see Chu Jingyue. It could be seen that Chu Jingyue was not there at that time. The life and death battle between him and Zhen Qiuxi had attracted a lot of attention in the Falling Star sect. So many inner disciples, inner deacons, and even core disciples had come to watch the battle, but Chu Jingyue didn't come. It could be seen that she couldn't come at that time. But now she was here. Yixing thought for a moment, and guessed that she must have come looking for him for something. Chu Jingyue rushed to Yixing and said excitedly, "Senior brother Yi, you're getting more and more powerful. I heard about the battle between you and senior brother Zhen on the life and death platform. You didn't use astrology or archery, but you defeated senior brother Zhen. You're much stronger than when you were at the Star Crystal Lode." Chu Jingyue didn't have any reaction to Zhen Qiuxi's death. Chu Jingyue was very clear about the grudge between Yixing and Zhen Qiuxi. She had personally witnessed Zhen Qiuxi chasing after Yixing outside the sect. If he hadn't been trapped by Yixing's formation, Yixing would have been in danger last time. Therefore, even though Zhen Qiuxi was now Chu Jingyue's senior brother, in Chu Jingyue's opinion, he deserved to die. However, she didn't know that Zhen Qiuxi and Yixing's battle on the life and death platform was not only because of their grudge, but also because of her master, Hua Tianshu. At that time, I hadn't learned spiritual martial arts. Of course, it can't be compared to now. Yixing smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister Chu, you're here on the orders of the Equipment Pavilion's elder, right?" Chu Jingyue nodded and said, "Yes. After I was accepted as my master's prodisciple, she taught me martial arts and guided me in my cultivation. I've been cultivating in seclusion under her guidance, until something happened to senior brother Zhen. Senior brother Yi, my master is a very good person. She didn't vent her anger on you because senior brother Zhen died in your hands. Instead, she admires your martial arts talent very much and wants to accept you as her disciple. She asked me to tell you that you can learn from the formation elder, and you can learn martial arts from her. In the future, she will cultivate you into a pillar of the Falling Star sect." Yixing couldn't help but laugh in his heart. If Hua Tianshu accepted Chu Jingyue as her prodisciple because Chu Jingyue was his friend, and she wanted Chu Jingyue to persuade him, then it would be too ridiculous. Although Yixing found it ridiculous, he naturally wouldn't change his position because of Chu Jingyue's words. However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. After all, Hua Tianshu didn't know what kind of person Yixing was. Perhaps she thought that he was someone who would easily change his position. Seeing Yixing remain silent, Chu Jingyue asked, "Senior brother Yi, have you thought about it? You have such a high martial arts talent. If you can get my master's help in your cultivation, you will definitely have great achievements in the future." Chu Jingyue didn't know that Yixing had already acknowledged Zishanho as his master. She only knew that Yixing was the prodisciple of the formation elder Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua would definitely only teach Yixing the formation Dao. Therefore, Yixing still needed a martial arts master. In Chu Jingyue's opinion, it would be best for Yixing to acknowledge Hua Tianshu as his master. In this way, Yixing would have someone to help him in his cultivation. Moreover, she and Yixing would become true martial brothers and sisters, and their relationship would definitely be closer. Yixing smiled faintly and shook his head. Junior sister Chu, please thank your master for my kindness. Just say that I appreciate it. I have already acknowledged my martial arts master. It's Zishanho. In the Falling Stars sect, the Formation Elder is my Formation Dao master, and Zishanho is my martial arts master. I will not acknowledge anyone else as my master. Yixing knew very well that Hua Tianshu couldn't win him over. There was only one result, and that was to suppress him to death. Therefore, it didn't matter if Hua Tianshu knew that he was Zishanho's disciple. After all, they were on opposite sides. Now that Yixing's wings had hardened, and he had acknowledged the Formation Elder Lin Fenghua as his master, his status in the Falling Stars sect was extraordinary. With Lin Fenghua's protection, he wasn't afraid of Hua Tianshu, the sect master's wife and the Tool Pavilion's elder. There was no harm in letting Hua Tianshu know that he was Zishanho's disciple. Moreover, in this way, Yixing would also express his attitude. Not only was he Zishanho's man, but he and Zishanho were master and disciple. This would cut off Hua Tianshu's thoughts of roping him in. So Zishanho is your master. No wonder he was so anxious when I told him about you that day. Yixing's rejection made Chu Jingyue a little absent-minded, and her words suddenly jumped far away. She really wanted to develop a deeper relationship with Yixing, but she keenly felt that there was a layer of barrier between the two of them from Yixing's words. The smile on Yixing's face didn't change, and he said, Junior sister Chu, pass on my words to the Tool Pavilion's elder. Also, tell her that my master is very good to me. My master's grudge is my grudge, and I will never betray my master and acknowledge someone else as my master. Chu Jingyue pursed her lips and nodded. Since your relationship with Zishanho is so deep, then I won't persuade you. Senior brother Yi, I'll leave first. If you go out to do sect missions in the future, come find me. Yixing patted Chu Jingyue's shoulder. I won't go out for the time being, but if there's a chance in the future, I'll come find you. Go. Chu Jingyue left. She naturally couldn't understand the meaning of Yixing's words, but as long as she passed on his words to Hua Tianshu would deeply understand the meaning of Yixing's words. Zishanho's grudge was his grudge. This was Yixing's declaration of war. His master's grudge would be settled by him, Yixing. Chapter 222. In the Elder Mansion of the Tool Pavilion. Hua Tianshu sat in the main seat with a serene expression, listening to Yixing's original words delivered by Chu Jingyue. Master is willing to let bygones be bygones and accept him as a disciple. It's his honor. How dare he refuse? He Hongjiao stood beside Hua Tianshu, looking indignant. She was very dissatisfied with Yixing's words. He doesn't know what's good for him. Hua Tianshu was nearly 50 years old, but she looked very young, like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as jade. Her appearance was even more beautiful than her disciple, He Hongjiao. Moreover, Hua Tianshu had an indescribable temperament compared to He Hongjiao, which was more attractive. Hua Tianshu's mood was much calmer than He Hongjiao's. She always had a faint smile on her face. After hearing Chu Jingyue's words, Hua Tianshu laughed and waved to Chu Jingyue. Since he doesn't want to, let's forget about it. Jingyue, go back and continue to practice the marriage beauty skill. Raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Yes, master. I'll go now. Chu Jingyue excused herself and turned to leave. When Chu Jingyue left the hall, the smile on Hua Tianshu's face froze. Instantly, it became livid and gloomy. His master's grudge is Yixing's grudge. Humph. This guy is declaring war on me. He wants to seek justice for Zishanho and treats me as an enemy. Humph. Hua Tianshu whispered to herself. She snorted twice in one sentence. It could be seen that the smile on her face was just an act. In fact, her heart was burning with anger. He Hongjiao said, Master, you don't have to take it to heart. What can Yixing achieve in the future? I heard that his heavenly fate is only a 2-star red fate. This heavenly fate is at the bottom among ordinary warriors. He has only managed to reach his current level of cultivation by relying on opportunities and luck. It is true that his martial arts talent is monstrous, but his heavenly fate has determined that it will be difficult for him to achieve anything in his cultivation. Even if he has another opportunity in the future, and is able to become a middle-level martial saint, that would already be heaven-defying. However, in Master's eyes, he is still an ant-like existence. If he dares to make an enemy out of Master, Master can crush him with a flip of his hand. Murderous intent flashed in Hua Tianshu's eyes as she said, "He is not a threat, but he must die." He Hongjiao pondered for a moment before she shook her head and said, "He's already the personal disciple of the Formation Elder, and the Formation Elder is about to leave the Starfall sect. It won't be easy to eliminate Yi Xing." The corners of Hua Tianshu's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. "He won't live for long. It won't be long before everything ends." As she spoke, the smile on Hua Tianshu's face grew wider and wider, and she looked extremely proud. He Hongjiao felt that there was a hidden meaning in Hua Tianshu's words. She didn't know what she meant when she said that everything would come to an end, but she could tell that Hua Tianshu was very happy at the moment. Her anger had already dissipated. After chuckling for a while, Hua Tianshu looked at He Hongjiao and said, "Hongjiao, have you learned everything I taught you?" He Hongjiao said solemnly, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I've learned everything well. Don't worry, Master. Only you and I know what I've learned. I haven't revealed it to anyone else." Hua Tianshu nodded. Work hard. As long as you stay by my side firmly, you'll definitely become a great contributor in the future. You'll get whatever you want. If you leak the news, no one will tolerate you. You'll end up very miserably." He Hongjiao said seriously, "I'll remember Master's teachings." The next day, the Formation Elder Lin Fenghua arrived at the Starfall sect. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and his wife, Hua Tianshu, led many of the sect's higher-ups to the entrance of the sect to welcome the great contributors who had protected the Star Crystal Mine. As Lin Fenghua's disciple and daughter, Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu were naturally also in the welcoming party. This was Yi Xing's first time seeing Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and his wife, Hua Tianshu. Although they were far away, Yi Xing's super eyesight allowed him to see the two of them clearly at a glance. Lu Tianyuan should be around 50 years old. However, he looked very young, like a young man in his mid-20s. In real life, he had a lifespan of 200 years. His appearance was half of his real age. This was normal. As for Hua Tianshu, Yi Xing was a little surprised. She was so young that she looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Based on the convention that a real person's appearance was half of their real age, Hua Tianshu was close to 50 years old. She should look like a 24 or 25-year-old. There was still a big difference between a 17 or 18-year-old and a 24 or 25-year-old. Hua Tianshu had obviously cultivated a beauty cultivation technique. Therefore, she looked younger than her real age. As for Yi Xing, Hua Tianshu also glanced at him from afar. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. The star crystal vein that Yi Xing had discovered was rich in minerals. According to estimates, there were at least 1 million of them. In such a rich vein, it was very likely that there were mid-grade star crystals in the depths. Middle-grade star crystals were 100 times more precious than low-grade star crystals. Arrays that were rank 3 and above required mid-grade star crystals. If this star crystal lode really contained mid-grade star crystals, then it would be a huge treasure trove. Lin Fenghua was the main reason why the Falling Star sect could protect the star crystal vein. If it weren't for Lin Fenghua's level 3 array, the Falling Star sect wouldn't have been able to protect the vein no matter how long Yi Xing could protect it. Because of Lin Fenghua's contribution, Sect Master Lu Tianyuan had personally come to the sect to welcome him back to show his respect. If it were other enlightened masters, they wouldn't have received such treatment. Not long after, a purple flame eagle appeared on the horizon. Yi Xing looked into the distance and saw the middle-aged man standing on the back of the purple flame eagle. It was his master, Lin Fenghua. The purple flame eagle grew bigger and bigger in everyone's eyes. Soon, it arrived in front of them and landed on the ground. Lin Fenghua jumped down from the eagle's back. Sect Master Lu Tianyuan greeted him with a smile. Senior Marshal Brother Lin, you've worked hard. Hua Tianshu followed beside Lu Tianyuan and also smiled. The East supporting sect has been defeated twice. First, it was because of the Grand Elder's strength, and second, it was because of Senior Marshal Brother Lin's powerful array. This time, the sect was able to protect the Star Crystal Vein, because of Senior Marshal Brother Lin. The entire sect is grateful. Welcome, Elder Formation. The other sect members bowed to Lin Fenghua in unison, and congratulated her. Smiling, Lin Fenghua walked up to Lu Tianyuan and said, Sect Master, I don't dare to accept such an honor. As a member of Theet, it is my responsibility to guard the Star Crystal Lode. Lin Fenghua then nodded at Hua Tianshu. Thank you, Elder Hua. Lin Fenghua was obviously colder to Hua Tianshu than to Lu Tianyuan. Then Lin Fenghua waved at the other sect members who came to greet him. Everyone, this is too grand. Please go back. Lu Tianyuan laughed loudly. Haha. Senior Marshal Brother Lin, I've already arranged a banquet in the Falling Star Hall. When you return, everyone will have gone back. Wouldn't it be too lively for you and me to drink cold wine? Don't go, let's go to the Falling Star Hall to welcome Elder Lin. Lin Fenghua couldn't refuse, so he called Yi Xing and Lin Tongyu over, and brought them to the Falling Star Hall. In the Falling Star Hall, Lin Fenghua publicly announced that Yi Xing was his disciple. If it weren't for the life and death battle between Yi Xing and Zhen Qiuxi yesterday, Lin Fenghua's announcement today would have shocked everyone. However, the news that Yi Xing was the Array Formation Elder's disciple had spread like the wind throughout the Falling Star sect. By now, there were only a few people who didn't know, so Lin Fenghua's announcement didn't cause much of a stir. At the banquet, the sect's upper echelons all toasted Lin Fenghua. Because of Lin Fenghua's presence, Yi Xing was also in the limelight at the banquet. Unlike yesterday, when he occupied Zhen Qiuxi, there were many sect disciples today who came to befriend Yi Xing under the instructions of their elders. In the sect's upper echelon's view, it was necessary to build a good relationship with Yi Xing and Lin Fenghua. Moreover, since Lin Fenghua had accepted Yi Xing as his disciple, Yi Xing must have a high talent in array formations. Perhaps he would have some achievements in array formations in the future. If they were to face difficulties in the future, with the help of an array formation master, they might be able to walk out of the predicament easily. After the banquet, it was already afternoon. Yi Xing bid farewell to his master, Lin Fenghua, and went to the elixir pavilion. He found Elder Gongyang Xian, and received 18 low-grade elixirs, 3 clear spirit elixirs and 15 saint spirit elixirs. Gongyang Xian's alchemy efficiency was indeed very high. When Yi Xing arrived, he gave all 18 low-grade elixirs to Yi Xing. Gongyang Xian said, You picked these spirit herbs from the same place, right? They are very close to each other. The clear spirit herb is more than 170 years old, and the 5 saint spirit herbs are more than 190 years old. Yi Xing nodded. Gongyang Xian said, When a spirit herb is more than 200 years old, it is considered a middle-grade spirit herb. Your spirit herbs are all close to 200 years old, especially the saint spirit herb, which is more than 190 years old. Its medicinal properties are very close to that of a middle-grade spirit herb. The saint spirit elixirs refined from it are very effective for cultivation. Even for a 4-star or 5-star martial sage, this is an excellent cultivation elixir. Many thanks, Elder Gongyang. This time, Elder Gongyang did not ask for a reward from me. If I obtain more spirit herbs in the future, I will definitely give them to Elder Gongyang as a token of my gratitude. Yi Xing thanked Gongyang Xian. 1 month later, he would try to enter the Fallen Star secret realm. This was a sealed space. It was said that there were spirit herbs produced there. Gongyang Xian refined 18 elixirs for him without asking for a reward. Yi Xing would naturally remember this kindness in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay Gongyang Xian. Haha, work hard. Gongyang Xian smiled slightly and did not say much. After leaving the elixir pavilion, Yi Xing's heart was filled with sweetness. He was very happy. These 15 Saint Spirit elixirs were excellent cultivation elixirs for 4-star or 5-star martial sages. Now that he was only a 2-star martial sage, the effects were naturally better. now that he was at the late stage of the second star vortex realm. It seemed that there was a great chance for him to break through to the third star martial sage realm within a month. Working hard to write, begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 223. At night. Back Mountain. The black hole constellation appeared and darkness enveloped everything. Yi Xing swallowed an inferior grade Saint Spirit pill, and immediately felt a surge of astral power. Yi Xing circulated the pure Yuan skill, and absorbed the medicinal energy in his body. At the same time, the black hole constellation produced a terrifying devouring power, and absorbed the star origin energy in the universe. With these two factors, Yi Xing's cultivation speed was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. The black hole constellation blocked all the fluctuations of stellar energy. Even though Yi Xing was absorbing a large amount of stellar energy, no one in the falling star sect could sense the fluctuation of stellar energy. Yi Xing cultivated until midnight before he stopped and returned to his residence to rest. During the day, he had to learn Array Dao from Lin Fenghua and cultivate the medium-grade martial spirit heavenly bat steps. He could not stay up all night like when he was cultivating the dark spirit spear art. Array Dao Elder's residence. Yi Xing and Lin Fenghua sat opposite each other. Lin Fenghua took out an array diagram and placed it between the two of them. Today I will teach you the grade 2 array, copper wall array. Yi Xing was puzzled. Master, I have already learned the coiled snake array. Aren't you going to let me continue to practice the coiled snake array and reach a higher level? Lin Fenghua shook her head and said, Didn't you say that you want to fight for a spot in the Falling Star Secret Land? The Star Hall in the Falling Star Secret Land can only use trapping and defensive arrays. Killing and illusory arrays are prohibited. If you focus on comprehending the copper wall array, it will be helpful for you to break through the Star Hall. The Falling Star Secret Land was an enclosed space. It was vast, and in the middle of it, there was a Star Hall. The Falling Star skill that the founder of the Falling Star sect obtained came from the Star Hall. The Falling Star Secret Land opened once every 3 years, and each time it opened, it would be open for a month. After a month, the Star Hall in the middle of the Falling Star Secret Land would open, and martial artists in the Secret Land could enter the Star Hall. According to the records, the Star Hall had a total of 3 levels. Every time one passed a level, one would obtain a corresponding reward. The higher the level, the better the reward. If one failed to pass a level, one would be teleported out of the Star Hall. After passing one level of the Starry Hall, there was still another level. The Starfall sect had been established for more than 700 years, but until now, no one had been able to pass the 3rd level. Therefore, they had all failed in the Starry Hall and were sent out. As for whether or not one would be teleported out after passing the 3rd floor, no one had experienced this before, so no one knew. In the following days, Yi Xing would learn the copper wall formation from Lin Fenghua during the day. Furthermore, every afternoon he would take some time to practice the middle-tier martial spirit heavenly bat movement technique. At night, the darkness was his world. Yi Xing would sneak into the back of the mountain and use the black hole astrology and the Saint Spirit pill to cultivate quickly. Needless to say, Yi Xing's cultivation speed was 1,000 miles a day. The Saint Spirit pill was powerful. One Saint Spirit pill was enough for Yi Xing to cultivate for more than 3 days. He had 15 Saint Spirit pills, which was enough for him to cultivate for more than a month. As for learning the copper wall formation, Yi Xing was already a level 2 array master. He had the experience of mastering the level 2 coiling snake formation. In addition, his talent in array formations could be said to be heaven-defying, so his learning speed was extremely fast. As for the heavenly bat movement technique, Yi Xing's talent in martial arts was also very high. With the help of the super brain, and his understanding of the wind force, which was very helpful to his cultivation of Qinggong martial arts, his cultivation speed was not slow. Array formations, cultivation, martial arts. In these 3 areas, Yi Xing was improving rapidly. If anyone knew about this, they would definitely be stunned and would prostrate themselves before him. With the array master Lin Fenghua, Yi Xing's safety in the Falling Star sect was guaranteed. No one dared to plot against him. What he needed to do every day was to wholeheartedly cultivate Cultivate, cultivate. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yixing's cultivation was the first to break through. He reached the 3rd level of the celestial vortex realm and became a 3-star martial saint. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the strength of Yixing's celestial essence increased greatly. His strength also improved greatly. After becoming a 3-star martial saint, Yixing could be said to have a well-thought-out plan to enter the falling star secret realm. With his dark spirit spear art at the small success realm, since he did not use astrology, he did not fear any of the 4-star martial saints among the core disciples of the falling star sect. A few days later, Yixing's cultivation of array formations had also made qualitative progress. He finally succeeded in setting up the copper wall formation for the first time, reaching the entry level. Although he had the experience of learning a level 2 array formation, Yixing had learned a level 2 array formation in less than 20 days. This still shocked Lin Fenghua. With Yixing's speed of progress in array formations, it would not take long for him to catch up with his master. There was no end to martial arts. There was no end to array formations. After Yixing became a 3-star martial saint, he continued to cultivate. After learning the copper wall formation, he continued to practice array formations. In comparison, the heavenly bat movement technique was the last to break through among the 3. After a total of 27 days, Yixing finally reached the entry level of the heavenly bat movement technique. The heavenly bat movement technique was a middle-grade spiritual martial art. Even at the entry level, its speed was extremely fast. It was equivalent to the large success realm of a lower-grade spiritual martial art. Together with the wind, its speed was even faster. After becoming a martial saint, Yixing's light body technique had become his weakness. In terms of speed, Yixing could only rely on the wind. Without the spiritual martial art light body technique, he could only rely on the wind. Although his speed was not slow, it was not outstanding. And now, speed would be Yixing's greatest strength. Not to mention a beginner martial saint, even a middle-grade martial saint would not be able to compete with Yixing in terms of speed. In 3 days, the Fallen Star secret territory would open. This was a major event that only happened once every 3 years in the Falling Star sect. Although only the core disciples were qualified to enter, it still received the attention of most of the people in the Falling Star sect. As the main characters entering the Fallen Star secret territory, each core disciple was naturally excited as they waited for the day when the Fallen Star secret territory opened. According to the rules of Thief, a disciple was over 25 years old. They would be promoted to a deacon, a noble, or an elder according to their cultivation. Therefore, the core disciples were all under 25 years old. In order to become a core disciple, most of them had to be over 20 years old. Some geniuses were around 18 or 19 years old. Therefore, many core disciples only had 2 chances to enter the Fallen Star secret territory in their lifetime. Only a few geniuses had 3 chances. Therefore, every core disciple placed great importance on entering the Fallen Star secret territory. Time passed quickly, and it was the day before the Fallen Star secret territory opened. Ma Ji had been living a carefree life recently, since the Fallen Star secret realm was about to open, and he had the qualifications to enter the Fallen Star secret realm. He used the promise of giving each of them a low-grade spirit herb to get 2 good-looking inner court female disciples into his bed. As soon as Ma Ji thought of the 2 female disciples' exquisite figures, he felt extremely satisfied. Today he had found a 3rd female disciple with good looks. As a core disciple, he was already adored by the female disciples of the inner sect. Coupled with the promise of a low-grade spirit medicine, it was not difficult to get them to sleep with him. Judging from the female disciples' attitude toward him today, it was certain that he would get them into his bed. However, as Ma Ji was on his way to his residence with the female disciple, he was stopped by Yixing. As soon as Ma Ji saw Yixing, his good mood instantly vanished. His face turned cold as he said, "A good dog does not block the way. Get lost." Yixing had made a name for himself among the inner disciples after killing Zhen Qiuxi. In addition, he was the core disciple of the Formation Elder, thus the inner disciples were respectful toward him. The female disciple beside Ma Ji did not dare to be arrogant when she saw Yi Xing. She respectfully greeted him. Senior brother Yi. Yi Xing nodded calmly. His gaze landed on Ma Ji as he said, I challenge you. Do you have the guts to fight with me in the dueling arena? Ma Ji was stunned. He carefully sized up Yi Xing and then frowned. Your cultivation has made another breakthrough. You have become a 3-star martial sage. How is this possible? Yi Xing had become a martial sage because of the star crystal spiritual essence. Moreover, he had made consecutive breakthroughs to become a 2-star martial sage. The disciples of the Falling Star sect were envious and jealous of him. Therefore, all the disciples thought that Yi Xing had become a martial sage because of his good fortune. It would be impossible for him to improve his cultivation in the future. However, how long had it been? Yi Xing's cultivation had made another breakthrough, and he had become a 3-star martial sage. This of course shocked Ma Ji. He could not believe it. The female disciple beside Ma Ji also widened her eyes in disbelief. She looked at Yi Xing as if she was looking at a monster. Yi Xing smiled faintly. Why? Are you afraid that I have become a 3-star martial sage? Aren't you a little too cowardly? Ma Ji snorted coldly and shouted. Do you think I am afraid of you? I have wanted to beat you for a long time. Today, you have delivered yourself to me. How can I not beat you up? Let's go to the battle arena. The gap between a 3-star martial sage and a 4-star martial sage was bigger than the gap between a 2-star martial sage and a 3-star martial sage. 2 and 3-star martial sages were beginner martial sages. As for 4-star martial sages, they were intermediate martial sages. There was a gap between 3 and 4-star martial sages in terms of cultivation and strength. Although Yi Xing had killed Zhen Qiuxi when he was a 2-star martial sage, now that Yi Xing had become a 3-star martial sage, Ma Ji was not afraid of him. The reason why he was shocked was because Yi Xing's cultivation had increased too quickly. He was not afraid of Yi Xing's strength. Yi Xing had expected Ma Ji to accept the challenge. He curled his lips and revealed a smile of success. Then he walked toward the inner square. If Yi Xing wanted to enter the Falling Star secret land, he had to prove that he was not weaker than the core disciples. Therefore, he had to challenge someone. Since he had to challenge someone, Yi Xing would naturally challenge the person he wanted to beat the most. Among the core disciples, Yi Xing wanted to beat Ma Ji the most. This was because after Yi Xing had killed Zhen Qiuxi in the life and death arena, Ma Ji had rushed to the life and death arena and attacked him. Although he did not hurt Yi Xing physically, he had angered Yi Xing mentally. That day, Yi Xing was only a 2-star martial sage, and did not want to reveal his astrology. Therefore, he was afraid of Ma Ji. Now Yi Xing was a 3-star martial sage, and had mastered the heavenly bat steps. His strength was not the same as before. Even if he did not use his astrology, he was confident that he could defeat Ma Ji. Since this was the case, Yi Xing naturally chose Ma Ji as his opponent. Chapter 224. Not long after, Yi Xing and Ma Ji arrived at the inner court plaza. Yi Xing's challenge to Ma Ji was heard by other disciples. It was a big deal for an inner court disciple to challenge a core disciple. The disciples who heard the news quickly ran to the inner court plaza and spread the news. In such a short time, many disciples had already rushed to the inner court plaza. Moreover, it just so happened that 2 inner court disciples who were not on good terms with each other were dueling on the battle arena. Many inner court disciples had already gathered in the inner court square. When Yi Xing and Ma Ji arrived, the outcome of the duel had just been decided. When the inner court disciples who were about to leave heard that Yi Xing and Ma Ji were going to duel on the battle stage, their eyes lit up and they all stopped in their tracks. Not to mention how shocking it was for an inner court disciple to challenge a core disciple. Just the fact that Yi Xing was going to challenge someone was enough to attract everyone's attention. He was obviously a 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator, with low cultivation talent. However, his martial talent was shockingly high. When he first entered he rose to become the first in the outer court. After becoming an inner court disciple for a month, he killed Zhen Qiuxi, one of the top 10 inner court disciples, on the life and death arena. Yi Xing was recognized as a dark horse by all the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Everything related to him was something that all the disciples were interested in. Moreover, the person Yi Xing was challenging this time was Ma Ji, a core disciple. Countless disciples were looking forward to this battle. It was a pity that Yi Xing and Ma Ji went to the battle stage as soon as they arrived at the inner court plaza. If they waited for half an hour, the inner court plaza would be filled with people. The number of people would definitely not be less than when Yi Xing and Zhen Qiuxi dueled a month ago. It's only been a month. Senior brother Yi is actually challenging a core disciple. Senior brother Ma Ji's cultivation is at the peak of the 4th level of the celestial vortex realm. Among the 4-star martial saints, his strength is first class. Senior brother Yi actually dares to challenge him? Did he take the wrong medicine? Yeah. Senior brother Ma Ji is not like Zhen Qiuxi. A 4-star martial saint is far from being comparable to a 3-star martial saint. This is the difference between an intermediate martial saint and a beginner martial saint. What do you know? Senior brother Yi Xing's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd level of the celestial vortex realm. When he was a 2-star martial saint, he had killed Zhen Qiuxi without using his astrology. Now he was already a 3-star martial saint. With his understanding of the force of darkness and the dark spirit spear technique, how many 4-star martial saints could match him? Don't tell me I'm not qualified to fight senior brother Ma Ji? What? 3rd level of Star Vortex Realm? My god, senior brother Yi Xing is really a 3-star martial saint. How is this possible? Yes. Didn't senior brother Yi Xing rely on the astral crystal spiritual essence to become a martial sage? His heavenly fate is only a trashy 2-star scarlet fate. How could he have broken through to become a 3-star martial saint so quickly? Below the duel stage, the inner court disciples were discussing fervently, exclaiming one after another. All the inner sect disciples knew how difficult it was to cultivate in the Star Vortex realm. Most of them were geniuses in the martial saint heavenly fate realm. In the 9th level of the Star Tempering realm, their cultivation speed was extremely fast. At a young age, they had already become martial saints, which was a legend to ordinary martial artists. However, after breaking through the Star Vortex realm and becoming a martial saint, their cultivation speed began to slow down. Most of them could not break through to the next level in 1 or 2 years. They felt that they were very far away from becoming a middle martial saint. As for Yi Xing, the reason why he had become a martial sacred was because he had absorbed the star crystal spiritual essence, allowing him to reach the heavens in a single bound. As such, the inner disciples of the Falling Star sect looked down on Yi Xing in the beginning. However, after meeting Yi Xing, they had a whole new level of respect for Yi Xing. After becoming an inner sect disciple for only a month, he had killed Zhen Qiuxi, one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. All the inner sect disciples were deeply shocked. They no longer dared to look down on Yi Xing. Instead, they were in awe of him. They had thought that although Yi Xing was powerful, his cultivation talent was low. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation in the future. Therefore, he could only shine among the inner sect disciples. However, after only a month, Yi Xing's cultivation had broken through, and he had started to challenge the core disciples. This was naturally out of the inner sect disciples' expectations. They were all shocked and could not believe it. In the duel arena, Yi Xing stood with the purple feather spear in his hand. His aura was like a towering mountain. He stood there as if he wanted to hold up the entire sky. On the other hand, Ma Ji held a spiritual weapon in his hand. Its aura was so sharp that it cut in all directions as if it wanted to shatter everything. The auras of the two of them were tit for tat. The spear aura was heavy and the sword aura was sharp. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. After the two of them entered the duel arena, they did not say a word. Their intense auras collided. The battle between the two of them had already begun. The spear aura was as heavy as a mountain. Even though Ma Ji's sword aura was sharp, it could not break through Yi Xing's aura at all. After only 7 or 8 breaths, Ma Ji gave a loud shout. His sword was like a ray of light as he launched a substantial attack on Yi Xing human sword, Monarch Sword. The sword technique that Ma Ji practiced was the lower-grade spiritual martial technique, 3 talents sword technique. The 3 talents sword technique was divided into heaven, earth and human swords. The heavenly Tao was unpredictable. The earth was thick. The human Tao was the king. The monarch sword was the ultimate technique of the human sword, the most powerful sword. Ma Ji's 3 talents sword technique had already been cultivated to the great success stage. All kinds of sword moves, even the ultimate techniques, could be performed smoothly as if the conditions were right. When he stabbed out with his sword, it was as if the monarch was pointing at the mountains and rivers. It was unstoppable and intimidating in all directions. Indeed, Ma Ji hated Yixing to the core. His first attack was an ultimate technique. He attacked with all his strength, and wanted to use a thunderous method to severely injure Yixing. This was not the life and death arena. Naturally, Ma Ji did not dare to kill Yixing in a duel. However, the sword had no eyes. It was unavoidable to be injured in a duel. Since Yixing had entered the duel arena, he had to leave a deep memory for Yixing. Below the duel arena, everyone present were inner disciples. There was not a single core disciple. Their cultivation was lower than Ma Ji's. Facing Ma Ji's monarch sword, they all felt a chill on their necks and in their hearts. However, the true target of this monarch sword, Yixing, had a calm expression. He did not show any fear. On the contrary, there seemed to be a faint mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Yixing suddenly stabbed out with his spear. The spear was like a dragon. It was like a needle against an awn as it charged towards Ma Ji. With a piercing sound, a hole was instantly pierced through the air. The purple feather spear carried the power of darkness, and contained an extremely terrifying power. It accurately pierced the tip of Ma Ji's spirit weapon sword. Clang! The spear and sword collided and sparks flew. However, Ma Ji could not appreciate the splashing sparks. Instead, he was enveloped by the terrifying power of darkness. Everything in front of him turned black. The spirit weapon sword in his hand trembled, and an extremely terrifying power was transmitted over. Ma Ji's attack instantly collapsed. As if his body had suffered a heavy blow, he was instantly catapulted backwards. In a head-on clash, Ma Ji was defeated in one move. Below the duel arena, a wave of incredulous exclamations came. Previously, there were many disciples who were surprised that Yixing dared to challenge Ma Ji. It was obvious that they doubted Yixing's strength. Now, it seemed that Yixing's strength was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Compared to Ma Ji, in terms of strength, he was even stronger. After all, Ma Ji was a top 4-star martial saint. Not only had he mastered the 3-talent sword art, he had also mastered the flying crane steps, an inferior grade spirit martial art. He was only half a step away from mastering it. In the blink of an eye, Ma Ji controlled his body while flying backwards. He did not get thrown out of the duel arena by Yixing's spear. His body fell and landed steadily on the edge of the duel arena. This is definitely not the entry-level dark spirit spear art. Could it be, your dark spirit spear art has reached the small success stage? Ma Ji landed on the ground. He still had a lingering fear from Yixing's spear attack. He looked at Yixing and exclaimed in disbelief. Dark spirit spear art, small success stage? Below the duel arena, all the martial saints sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were given any middle-grade spirit martial art, it would be difficult for them to master it to the entry level. However, Yixing had mastered it to the small success stage. Furthermore, he had mastered the dark spirit spear art that no one in the Falling Star sect had been able to master for more than 700 years. What kind of martial art talent was this? Everyone's hearts trembled. This was simply inconceivable. Pointing the purple feather spear at Ma Ji, Yixing still had a faint smile on his face as he said, "What? Are you afraid of the small success stage of the dark spirit spear art? Do you want to admit defeat? Senior brother Ma Ji." Yixing emphasized the words senior brother Ma Ji. Everyone could hear the meaning behind Yixing's words. If Ma Ji admitted defeat because of fear, then as a core disciple of the senior brother, he would lose all his face. Chapter 225. Ma Ji's face turned ashen. He was extremely fearful of the dark spirit spear technique at the initial stage. The middle stage spiritual martial force was extremely powerful. It was comparable to the advanced stage of the lower stage. If it was the initial stage of the middle stage, its power would be even more terrifying, and would be comparable to the perfect stage of the lower stage. Although the martial arts were only divided into the initial stage, advanced stage and perfect stage, besides the perfect stage, the first 3 stages were in fact 3 stages. Within the same stage, there would be differences in martial arts attainment. Also, the higher the stage, the greater the difference. Under the situation where martial artists were the same in all other aspects, they would all be at the advanced stage of the lower stage. However, those with high attainment could defeat those with low attainment in one move. There was such a huge difference. Yi Xing's dark spirit spear technique was comparable to the perfect stage of the lower stage. Ma Ji's 3 talents sword technique had only reached the advanced stage. The power was incomparable. Thus, of course, Ma Ji was fearful of Yi Xing's dark spirit spear technique. However, with Yi Xing's words, Ma Ji did not have the face to admit defeat. Besides, although Ma Ji had the thought of admitting defeat, it only flashed across his mind. Even without Yi Xing's reminder as a core disciple, Ma Ji would not admit defeat in front of Yi Xing just because of a slight setback. This was not only related to his dignity as a core disciple, it was also related to the pride in his heart. He would never believe that he would lose to Yi Xing, whom he viewed as dirt. Ma Ji snorted angrily. Admit defeat? The combat power of a martial artist is not only about who has more power, but also techniques and changes. You think you can win against me with the initial stage of the dark spirit spear technique? Don't even think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Ji's speed was extremely fast, like a crane soaring in the sky. His body floated unpredictably, as if he had changed his position. Instantly, many afterimages of Ma Ji appeared on the battle stage. Whoosh! Ma Ji attacked with his sword again, and the sword light was resplendent. Different from the aggressive human sword Emperor Sword from before, Ma Ji's sword technique floated unpredictably like his body, and was as fast as flowing light. The sword light spat out, and each sword attack came at Yi Xing from unexpected angles. It was the sky sword technique of the 3 talents sword technique, the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Sword was also known as the Impermanence Sword. Swordsmanship was all about variations, and winning by surprise. Between 2 ordinary people, one only had a strength of 100 jin, while the other had a strength of 200 jin. With such a huge difference in strength, it was obvious that the one with 200 jin of strength was stronger. However, if these 2 ordinary people were to have a battle of life and death, the one with the strength of 200 pounds would definitely not be the winner. Although he had a high chance of winning, the one with the weaker strength still had a chance of killing the one with the stronger strength. This was true between ordinary people, and it was also true between martial artists. The dark spirit spear technique was powerful, but it didn't mean that the stronger the spear, the more one would win. However, a martial artist's reaction speed was thousands of times stronger than an ordinary person's. The gap between them would also be magnified. Those who were powerful were usually stronger in other aspects. Therefore, if a martial artist with weak power wanted to defeat a powerful martial artist, the chances of winning against a powerful martial artist were even smaller than if a normal person had weak power. In the face of Ma Ji's ever-changing sword techniques, Yi Xing held his spear and stood as still as a mountain. Regardless of the opponent's ever-changing moves, I will remain still. No matter how fast Ma Ji's sword techniques were, he had to hit Yi Xing before he could hurt him. However, Xing stopped his attacks by remaining still. He ignored all the tricks from afar. Once an attack came close, he would sweep, stab, flick, or smash with the purple feather spear in his hand. Regardless of whether it was the sword or the sword gleam, they would all be repelled. When he executed the dark spirit spear technique, his speed became faster and faster. It turned into a dark spear screen that guarded his surroundings. No matter how Ma Ji attacked, he could not break through. Although the dark spear screen had a defensive effect, it was not the defensive spear technique of the dark spirit spear technique. Instead, it was a dark brilliance that Yi Xing formed naturally to block his opponent's attacks. Due to the power of darkness, it looked like a pitch-black screen. At this moment, Yixing did not use his super brain to scan his opponent's attacks. He only relied on his reaction speed and martial arts attainments to fight with Ma Ji to improve his fighting instincts. Ma Ji's attacks were like a storm. His sword gleams were endless. However, Yixing stood tall like a mountain. He waved the purple feather spear and defended himself from all directions. No matter how Ma Ji's swordsmanship changed, no matter how profound it was, it could not penetrate Yixing's defense. Ma Ji's figure and sword gleams were everywhere on the dueling platform. The spectating martial sages could barely see Yixing's figure. They could only tell from the blurry figure that Yixing had not moved from his original spot. The two of them fought with speed. Before long, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. In the beginning, Ma Ji could not threaten Yixing. The more he fought, the angrier he became. However, after more than 10 moves, Ma Ji's heart grew colder. With Yixing's defense, even if he practiced the impermanent sword for a year, he would not be able to break through. In this duel, Yixing stood on the undefeated side. Moreover, Yixing stood still and consumed less celestial essence. When Ma Ji used the impermanent sword, he also used the soaring crane steps, which consumed a lot of celestial essence. If the fight went on for a long time, he would be defeated by Yixing's counterattack once his celestial essence was exhausted. After 50 moves, Ma Ji changed his mind and did not want to fight anymore. Now that the two of them were tied, and it seemed that he was suppressing Yixing, it was the right time to stop. The minor success of the Dark Spirit Spear technique is indeed extraordinary. Yixing, it seems that our strength is on par. It will be difficult for me to defeat you today. In the battle, Ma Ji said loudly. He said this to give himself a way out. Then after 3 to 5 moves, he stopped and ended the fight in a draw. In this way, it would be difficult for Ma Ji to defeat Yixing. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to end the fight in a draw. Although others would be shocked by Yixing's strength, Ma Ji would not lose face. Ma Ji wanted to end the fight in a draw, but Yixing did not think so. When Yixing heard Ma Ji's words, he knew what Ma Ji meant. He suddenly laughed. You and I are on par? Ha ha ha. Whoosh! While laughing, Yixing's figure moved instantly. Middle rank spiritual martial art. Heavenly Bat Steps. Heavenly Bat Steps was a middle rank spiritual martial art. Even if it was only at the entry level, its speed was shocking. A low rank spiritual martial art needed to be cultivated to the great success realm to have such speed. And Ma Ji's soaring crane steps had not been cultivated to the great success realm. He was only close to it. Naturally, he was slower than Yixing's heavenly bat steps. Moreover, when Yixing used the heavenly bat steps, he had integrated the wind into it. It was as if the wind was created by the wings and his speed increased explosively. Ma Ji was using the soaring crane steps. As he moved rapidly, his position kept changing. However, Yixing's speed was much faster than his. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him. The purple feather spear carried a dark light and swept over in an instant. Undercurrents surged. This spear did not seem to be fast. In fact, when he reacted, it was already impossible to dodge. Ma Ji was greatly shocked. He had never expected that Yixing would have such speed. This meant that if Yixing wanted to defeat him, he could do so anytime. In a hurry, a ray of starlight rushed out from between Ma Ji's eyebrows and turned into a green star that floated in the sky. A large amount of star power fell down and enveloped Ma Ji. Under the support of the star power, Ma Ji's strength multiplied. The spiritual weapon sword in his hand exploded with bright starlight and instantly blocked in front of the purple feather spear. Clang! When the spear and sword collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying power of the Dark Spirit Spear art, which was at the small success realm, was fully displayed at this moment. Even if Ma Ji used the star power, he could not block Yixing's move. In the explosion, the spiritual weapon sword was almost bent into a crescent shape by the purple feather spear. In an instant, Ma Ji's body was sent flying by the huge force from the sword. After flying for dozens of meters, Ma Ji fell to the ground. He tasted something sweet in his throat, and a mouthful of blood surged up. Fresh blood rushed to his mouth, but Ma Ji forcefully swallowed it back. He was a dignified core disciple, yet he was sent flying by a third-level star vortex stage inner disciple's spear. This was already a great humiliation. If he were to spit out more blood, it would be even more humiliating. However, even though he swallowed the blood back, there was still a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This proved that he was injured. Whether Ma Ji vomited blood or not, the inner disciples no longer paid attention to it. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Yi Xing had defeated Ma Ji. Didn't this mean that Yi Xing's strength had surpassed all the inner disciples and was at the same level as the core disciples? Moreover, with Ma Ji's strength as a standard, even among the core disciples, Yi Xing's strength was above average. Chapter 226. Ma Ji got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was flushed red. As a core disciple, Ma Ji was a genius among the geniuses of the Falling Star sect. Furthermore, his older brother, Ma Run, was the personal disciple of the Falling Star sect's sect master. Furthermore, he was the #1 genius of the Falling Star sect's younger generation. With this relationship, Ma Ji's reputation among the Falling Star sect's disciples soared to the sky. Ma Ji, who had always been proud and arrogant, had never been in such a sorry state. At this moment, he wished that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. He no longer had the face to stay here. He glanced at Yi Xing with resentment and quickly left. Yi Xing even dared to declare war against Hua Tianshu. So how could he care less about Ma Ji's malice towards him? The corners of his mouth curled up as he left the arena and quickly left. With the battle record of defeating core disciple Ma Ji and the suggestion of formation elder Lin Fenghua, Yi Xing would definitely obtain a spot to enter the Fallen Star secret realm. It wasn't until Yi Xing and Ma Ji left that the inner disciples recovered from their shock. They looked at the backs of the two and exclaimed, My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Senior brother Ma Ji was really defeated? Oh my god! Senior brother Ma Ji is considered to be in the upper middle among the core disciples. He actually lost to senior brother Yi Xing? How long has it been? Senior brother Yi Xing's strength has already reached the level of a core disciple and is in the upper middle. Is senior brother Yi Xing really a 2-star heavenly fate realm? Have you seen such a monstrous 2-star heavenly fate realm? Thinking about senior brother Yi Xing's rise, it's really shocking. How long has it been since he entered the sect? Including the time he spent in the outer sect, it's only been a few months. It's simply too monstrous for him to achieve such an achievement. Yeah, I'm afraid there's no senior in the Falling Star sect who has such a fast growth speed. Not even the enlightened Heavenly Fate Realm seniors. And senior brother Yi Xing is only an ordinary Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator. This is really unbelievable. Yi Xing's rise was indeed unbelievable. In the history of there had never been such a heaven-defying character like him. If he was an enlightened being Heaven's mandate genius, then everyone would naturally be able to accept it. However, Yi Xing was only an ordinary Heaven's mandate, and he was at the bottom of ordinary Heaven's mandate, a 2-star Crimson Fate. The Fallen Star Secret Land will open tomorrow. Senior brother Yi Xing's strength has already surpassed many of the core senior brothers. I wonder if the sect will allow him to enter the Fallen Star Secret Land. After a round of discussion, some disciples discussed whether or not Yi Xing had entered the Falling Star Mystic Realm, and the answer was yes. After Yi Xing defeated Ma Ji, he reported to the formation elder, Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua immediately went to sect master Lu Tianyuan and brought up the matter. With a record of defeating a core disciple and a recommendation from the formation elder, Lu Tianyuan didn't even hold a meeting with the elders. Instead, he agreed immediately and made an announcement within the sect. On that day, everyone in the Falling Star sect knew that the Fallen Star Mystic Realm would open tomorrow, and an exception would be made for inner disciple Yi Xing to enter. Furthermore, everyone in the Falling Star sect also knew that Yi Xing had defeated Ma Ji in the duel arena. In the Yi Xing's reputation was completely shaken. Whether it was winning first place in the outer sect or defeating Zhenqiu Temple in the inner sect, Yi Xing's reputation wasn't as resounding as this time. A core disciple was already the highest rank in the Falling Star sect. Yi Xing had defeated Ma Ji, which meant that he had stepped into the ranks of the strongest disciples in the Falling Star sect. Although he wasn't the strongest disciple, it was enough to earn the respect and worship of all the inner and outer sect disciples. In particular, Yi Xing had only been in the Falling Star sect for a few months. This added a layer of legendary color to Yi Xing. Speaking of Yi Xing's experience in this was simply a legendary story. Only in legends would there be such a monstrous genius who rose so quickly. However, the disciples of the Falling Star sect were very clear that Yi Xing's heavenly fate realm was very low. He was only a 2-star Crimson Life realm cultivator. This was something that Yi Xing had passed the test in the Purple Mountain Academy. It was precisely because he was only a 2-star Crimson Life realm cultivator that Yi Xing's speed of growth was even more legendary. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable things were legendary. This was the difference between legendary and ordinary deeds. Falling Star Sect, Weapon Pavilion Elder's Residence. He Hongjiao reported the news of Yi Xing defeating Ma Ji and obtaining the qualifications to enter the Falling Star Mystic Realm to Weapon Pavilion Elder Hua Tianshu. Speaking of this, He Hongjiao was incomparably surprised and shocked. Hearing this, Hua Tianshu's gaze changed frequently. She was secretly shocked. Yi Xing actually became a 3-star martial saint so quickly, and even defeated Ma Ji. It was truly unbelievable. Just what kind of luck does this kid have? Or perhaps, there was a secret that no one knew about? Otherwise, how could he grow so quickly when his cultivation talent is obviously poor? It's really hard to imagine. Hua Tianshu secretly said to herself. People with luck will sooner or later spoil things. It seems that the sooner this kid is eliminated, the better. Isn't he going to enter the Falling Star Mystic Realm this time? Thinking of this, Hua Tianshu's expression froze, and the killing intent in her eyes disappeared in a flash. After He Hongjiao finished her report, she stood aside with her head lowered, not daring to speak. Hua Tianshu raised her hand, and a black shuttle half the size of a palm appeared in her hand. She threw it toward He Hongjiao. He Hongjiao caught it with both hands and felt the aura of the black shuttle. She said in surprise, Master, this is a forbidden weapon? Hua Tianshu nodded and said, This is a forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon. It's called the Soul-Severing Shuttle. Although it's not the best, it has no problem killing a 7-star martial saint. He Hongjiao gasped, and her hands, which were holding the Soul-Severing Shuttle, trembled slightly. A 7-star martial saint was an advanced martial saint who could be conferred the title of Marquis. This little soul-severing shuttle could actually kill a 7-star martial saint? Although He Hongjiao was surprised, she did not doubt it at all. A forbidden weapon equivalent to a middle-grade spiritual weapon could definitely kill a 7-star martial saint. A dim light flashed in He Hongjiao's heart. She said, Master, you gave the soul-severing shuttle to me, because? In the Falling Star Mystic Realm, kill Yi Xing. Hua Tianshu said resolutely. This time, there can be no more accidents. Yi Xing was just a 3-star martial saint. However, Hua Tianshu gave He Hongjiao a forbidden weapon that could kill a 7-star martial saint. It could be seen that she was determined to kill Yi Xing in the Falling Star Mystic Realm. He Hongjiao put away the soul-severing shuttle and nodded. She said, Master, don't worry. I will definitely kill Yi Xing in the Falling Star Mystic Realm. Moreover, I don't need the soul-severing shuttle to kill Yi Xing. With my strength, it's more than enough to kill him. Hua Tianshu said indifferently, Hongjiao, don't be arrogant and complacent. Since you want to do something, you must be absolutely sure. Don't forget your junior brother's lesson. He Hongjiao's expression turned solemn. Yes, Master. The day of the opening of the Falling Star Mystic Realm had arrived. Yi Xing and the core disciples, led by Sect Master Lu Tianyuan and many senior members of the sect, came to the Falling Star Valley. The Falling Star Valley was located in the central area of among several mountains. It was said that a star fell from the sky and smashed into the valley, so it was called the Falling Star Valley. The falling star was in the Falling Star Valley, and the Falling Star Mystic Realm was on top of the falling star. There were layers of seals in the Falling Star Valley. Lin Fenghua stepped forward and opened a passage to the depths of the Falling Star Valley, leading to the Falling Star Mystic Realm. When the passage appeared, Sect Master Lu Tianyuan stepped forward and said loudly, "Core disciples, you are the pillars of the sect and the future of the sect. When you enter the Falling Star Mystic Realm, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't act recklessly. If you encounter any difficulties inside, you must help each other and overcome the difficulties together. I hope that you can reach the Starry Hall in a month and return safely. Go in." As soon as Lu Tianyuan finished speaking, a young man of 22 or 23 years old walked out from behind him and waved to the core disciples. "Junior brothers, follow me." The young man was dressed in a silver robe. He was tall and slender, with sword-like eyebrows and square eyes. He looked dignified. He addressed all the core disciples as junior brothers and stood behind Lu Tianyuan. Obviously, he was the sect master's personal disciple, the chief disciple of the Falling Star sect, Ma Ren. As Ma Ren waved his hand, all the core disciples walked out from behind their master. Yixing also walked out. At this moment, he felt a piercing gaze on him. "Let me tell you, brothers, a piece of good news. Because of my occasional break in updates, the God of Arrows has automatically withdrawn from the payment plan. Brothers, your subscriptions can be reduced by 1 cent per 1,000 words. I will make up for it when I update, but you can save the 1 cent per 1,000 words fee." Chapter 227. The owner of the gaze was the sect leader's wife, Hua Tianshu. Hua Tianshu's gaze flashed past Yixing's body, but even in such a short moment, Yixing could feel the intense killing intent in Hua Tianshu's heart. Feeling Hua Tianshu's killing intent, Yixing became vigilant. It seemed like this trip to the Fallen Star secret territory was not that safe. However, only core disciples could enter the Fallen Star secret territory. Therefore, Hua Tianshu could not enter the Fallen Star secret territory herself. If Hua Tianshu wanted to kill Yixing, she could only do it through her disciple He Hongjiao. Yixing looked at He Hongjiao, and He Hongjiao happened to look at Yixing. When their eyes met, He Hongjiao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Chief disciple Ma Ren had already taken the lead and entered the passage. The other core disciples followed closely behind him, entering according to their rankings. He Hongjiao was one of the top 10 core disciples, so she quickly entered the passage. As an inner disciple, Yixing was naturally the last. There were only about 20 core disciples in total. Not long after, he also entered the Fallen Star Valley, disappearing from the sight of the Fallen Star sect's upper echelons. The passage opened by Lin Fenghua led to the depths of the valley, in front of a huge meteorite. The Fallen Star secret territory was on this meteorite. When the core disciples approached it, they were directly transported into the secret territory. This was a very vast space, like another world. There were many spatial cracks in the void, which showed that this space was not stable. This was the reason why the Fallen Star sect only sent core disciples in. If experts with high cultivation were to enter, the secret territory would not be able to withstand the pressure, and it might collapse faster. Not far behind the core disciples was a dark light world, which was the edge of this world. In front of them was a wide field of vision, but 10 miles away, there were countless flames that covered the horizon. Even if Yixing looked into the distance, he could not see the edge of the sea of flames. Ma Ren stood at the front of the group of disciples and pointed at the sea of fire in front of them. "In front of us is the sea of fire. After the sea of fire is the desert. After the desert is the ice mountain. After the ice mountain is the area where the stellar hall is located. After passing through the sea of fire, we have to split up and walk separately. After passing through the sea of fire, if you can meet up, then walk together. Finally, everyone will meet at the stellar hall." After pausing for a while, Ma Ren continued, "Junior brothers and sisters who are entering the Falling Star secret land for the first time, please take note. Do not stay in the sea of fire for too long. If you stay in one place for too long, it will cause a fire tide. The longer you stay in one place, the stronger the fire tide will be. The strongest fire tide can even incinerate a peak martial sage." In the end, Ma Ren reminded, Also, if you see a spatial rift, don't go around it. That's a dangerous place that can even kill an adept in an instant. These matters were all explained to them by their respective elders and masters. All the disciples were very clear about it. Ma Ren's reminder left a deep impression on them. Got it, eldest senior brother. Many disciples responded. Ma Ren nodded and said, with your strength it should not be a problem for you to pass through the Sea of Fire, the desert, and the Ice Mountain to reach the Star Hall. Now let's go. See you at the Star Hall. There was a reason why the Falling Star sect only allowed core disciples to enter the Falling Star secret land. The core disciples were at least 4-star martial sages, and had the strength to pass through the 3 dangerous places in the Falling Star secret land. However, the inner disciples could not do so. Even 3-star martial sages had a high chance of dying in the 3 dangerous places. The disciples spread out and headed toward the Sea of Fire in front of them. From afar, the Land of Fire looked like a sea of fire. In fact, it was not. 90% of the ground was covered by fire. However, there were some small areas that did not have any fire. These small areas were either connected by roads or were not far apart. Cultivators could forcefully charge through the fire to reach the place. Therefore, they could pass through the Land of Fire. Junior brother Yi. Lin Tongyu called out to Yi Xing from afar. She made a gesture to encourage Yi Xing. On Yi Xing's left was Lin Tongyu. The two of them were several hundred meters apart. Yi Xing heard her and waved at Lin Danyu. Then, Lin Tongyu passed through a path without any fire and rushed into the Sea of Fire. The core disciple on Yi Xing's right was He Hongjiao. She was very close to Yi Xing, only 200 meters apart. Yi Xing knew that He Hongjiao did not have any good intentions by deliberately coming to his side. However, Yi Xing was not afraid at all. Yi Xing chose a path and entered the Sea of Fire. He Hongjiao also entered the Sea of Fire. In the Sea of Fire, if there were too many cultivators or if they stayed for too long, it would trigger a tide of fire. Therefore, He Hongjiao did not plan to make a move in the Sea of Fire. The temperature outside the Sea of Fire was already very high. Inside the Sea of Fire, the temperature was even higher. Yi Xing used his Celestial Essence Astral Shield to protect his body, but he still felt very hot. The cultivation method he cultivated was the pure essence art. His celestial essence was extremely dense, no weaker than that of a 4-star martial saint. If an ordinary 3-star martial saint came here, they would feel as if they were being burned in the Sea of Fire. Yi Xing used the heavenly bat steps, controlling his speed to the most ordinary level, and went deep into the Sea of Fire. The 3 danger zones of the Fallen Star secret territory, the Sea of Fire, the desert, and the iceberg, were very vast. It would take 4 or 5 days to pass through each danger zone, or even longer. Inside, it was not suitable to run fast. One had to keep their consumption to a minimum. In the Sea of Fire, one could not stay for a long time. When resting, one could only rest for an hour at most. Moreover, it would be difficult to find a suitable place to rest for the whole day. If one did not know how to control their celestial essence consumption, they would die of exhaustion in the Sea of Fire. After walking for only half an hour, Yi Xing came to the end of the road. The front was blocked by the Sea of Fire. Yi Xing knew this as early as when he climbed over a hillside and looked down from above. He had already chosen the next path. Yi Xing jumped, and his body shot into the sky like a cannonball. He jumped more than 100 meters and landed on a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak was full of flames. The flames rose more than 10 feet high. Yi Xing fell into the flames and disappeared instantly. Suddenly, a trace of turbulence appeared on the flames on the mountain peak. It was caused by someone moving quickly in the flames. Yi Xing had seen the other side of the mountain peak when he was high up on the hillside. As long as he rushed through this small flame area, he would be safe. The flames here were not ordinary. Yi Xing ran in it and consumed a lot of celestial essence. If it were other elementary martial sages, their celestial essence would not be able to withstand the burning of the flames. If they entered the flames, they would be burned to ashes in a few breaths. Soon Yi Xing crossed the mountain peak. Every time he crossed a certain distance, Yi Xing would jump out of the Sea of Fire and observe the surroundings to ensure that he was going in the right direction. Yi Xing saw that he was not far from the area without flames. However, at this time, a roar suddenly came from the flames. A giant beast covered in flames suddenly rushed out. This was a flame beast more than 3 feet long. It had 2 horns on its head and red scales on its body. It could walk in flames. This kind of demonic beast was called the Crystal Fire Beast by the Falling Star sect. It was not seen in the outside world. It could only be found in the Falling Star secret territory. Its body contained fire crystals, which were treasures for cultivating fire-attributed martial arts. This Crystal Fire Beast was equivalent to a peak 3-star martial sage. An ordinary 4-star martial sage would not be able to deal with it if they encountered it in flames. However, for Yi Xing, this Crystal Fire Beast rushing over was purely courting death. In an instant, the purple feather spear appeared in his hand. Dark Spirit Spear Art. Spiritual Light Flash. The purple feather spear streaked across a dark light. As soon as the Crystal Fire Beast appeared, Yi Xing's spear pierced its head, killing it instantly. Then Yi Xing picked up the Crystal Fire Beast's corpse with his spear, and used the Star Essence Astral Shield to protect his body. He continued to walk through the flames. Not long after, he came to another area without flames and put down the Crystal Fire Beast's corpse. Yi Xing took out a sharp spirit weapon and cut open the Crystal Fire Beast's head, taking out the fire crystals in its head. Then Yi Xing cut open the Crystal Fire Beast's thick scales and dug out the tender meat in the depths of the scales, putting it into his storage ring. The Crystal Fire Beast's meat was one of the best ingredients. A Crystal Fire Beast was more than 3 feet long, and weighed more than 1,000 pounds. However, there was very little tender meat, only about 10 pounds, which was about 1% of its body weight. This was the most valuable part of the Crystal Fire Beast's body. I had something to do yesterday, so I came home very late. I wanted to send a short chapter asking for leave, but I couldn't send it. I've made my brothers wait for a long time. Sorry. I owe 2 more chapters. Although the task of paying back my debts is very difficult, I will definitely pay it back. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 228. The tender meat of the Crystal Fire Beast was a priceless treasure. It wasn't that this meat was more valuable than other treasures. In fact, the tender meat of the Crystal Fire Beast had no other uses other than being delicious and replenishing blood. The reason why it was priceless was because it was too difficult to obtain. Every time the Fallen Star secret territory opened, the chances of core disciples encountering a Crystal Fire Beast in the Sea of Fire were extremely low. The Crystal Fire Beast lived in the flames. When core disciples crossed the area of fire, they would only want to pass through as quickly as possible. They didn't want to fight the Crystal Fire Beast in the flames. Unless they were martial artists who could kill the Crystal Fire Beast in one move, they would do so. This didn't affect the time it took to cross the area of fire. For example, Yi Xing. If it were any other 4-star martial saint, or even a 5-star martial saint, it would be difficult for them to kill the Crystal Fire Beast in one move. The Fallen Star Secret Realm only opened once every 3 years, and during that time, core disciples might not be able to kill Crystal Fire Beasts and obtain their meat. Therefore, no matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food most of the time. Therefore, the tender meat of the Crystal Fire Beast was a priceless treasure. It wasn't that it was incomparably valuable, but that it could only be found by chance. Those who really wanted to eat it were willing to pay a sky-high price for a little bit of the tender meat, or even exchange it with other natural treasures that were helpful for cultivation. For most people, natural treasures that were helpful for cultivation were obviously more valuable. Different pursuits led to different values. Other than the flame crystals and the tender meat, the rest of the Crystal Fire Beast's belongings weren't of much use to him. After taking the flame crystals and the tender meat, Yi Xing continued to walk along the fire-free tunnel towards the depths of the Falling Star secret realm. About an hour later, the flames on the side surged, and a Crystal Fire Beast that was twice as large emerged from the Sea of Fire. This huge Crystal Fire Beast was more than 6 zhang long and 3 zhang tall. It was like a moving house. The big Crystal Fire Beast walked to the small Crystal Fire Beast's corpse and sniffed it. Then, it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then the big crystal fire beast lowered its head and bowed to the small crystal fire beast's corpse. Then, it turned around and ran in the direction Yi Xing had gone. What Yi Xing didn't expect was that the crystal fire beast he killed wasn't a lone demonic beast, but the child of a large crystal fire beast. Although it was already an adult, it was still under the protection of the large crystal fire beast. Although demon beasts were animals, blood relations were still important. This large crystal fire beast had gone through the pain of losing its son, and smelled Yi Xing's scent. Obviously, it was going to seek revenge on Yi Xing. The fire-free passageway was full of twists and turns. Although Yi Xing's speed wasn't slow, the distance he covered in a straight line wasn't too far. The giant crystalline fire beast that was chasing after Yi Xing, on the other hand, was charging straight at Yi Xing. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Yi Xing. Yi Xing, who was moving forward, suddenly felt the ground shake. He stopped and looked around vigilantly. Soon, the sound of something hitting the ground came from behind him. In the sea of fire, flames were rolling. Obviously, a giant beast was running out of the sea of fire. Is it a fire crystal beast? Yi Xing frowned slightly. Lin Fenghua had told him about the situation in the Falling Star secret territory. The fire crystal beasts in the Sea of Fire would only attack cultivators in the Sea of Fire. If the cultivators were in the fire-free area, they wouldn't be attacked by the fire crystal beasts. Yi Xing was in the fire-free area, but he knew that the giant beast that was running towards him had locked onto him. He was the target of the giant beast. Could it be because of the fire crystal beast that I killed earlier? Yi Xing began to speculate as the thought crossed his mind. Obviously, his guess was right. In the next moment, the giant beast rushed out of the sea of fire. It was the giant fire crystal beast that was more than 6 zhang long and 3 zhang tall. Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. This crystalline fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. It was a strong enemy. A 6-star martial saint was the last realm of a middle-rank martial saint. Yi Xing was only a 3-star martial saint. There was a gap of 3 realms between the two. Before this, although Yi Xing had defeated Ma Ji was only a 4-star martial saint. Yi Xing hadn't even fought a 5-star martial saint. Moreover, this crystalline fire beast was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. This made Yi Xing feel a lot of pressure. Although the Falling Star secret territory wasn't very dangerous, in the history of the many core disciples had died in the Falling Star secret territory, and never came out again. Being chased by a crystal fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint. Only the top 3 core disciples, who were all 6-star martial saints, had a fighting chance. The rest of the core disciples were basically dead meat. However, Yi Xing was an exception. Ever since the Yi Xing hadn't used all his trump cards and battle prowess. Now facing this crystalline fire beast that was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, Yi Xing had used all his trump cards and battle prowess. Whether he could win or not was still unknown. Everything could only be determined after the battle. Yi Xing was alert. He activated his super brain and scanned the crystalline fire beast's every move and the power in its body. Everything was clearly scanned. This crystalline fire beast was too strong. Yi Xing had to be on guard. The crystalline fire beast rushed out of the sea of fire and looked at Yi Xing. It snorted and breathed out a hot breath. It sniffed at Yi Xing and its eyes burned with anger. Roar. The crystalline fire beast opened its bloody mouth and roared at Yi Xing. The sound was deafening and shook the earth. Moreover, a torrent of flames was spat out from the crystalline fire beast's bloody mouth. As the sound waves hit him, Yi Xing's body shook, and he couldn't even stand properly. Immediately, he circulated his celestial essence, causing his physical strength to drop by 10,000 genes. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. However, the torrent of flames that followed was more than 10 times stronger than the sound wave. Even if he used his celestial essence to protect his body and his physical strength dropped by 10,000 gene, his body was still blasted back dozens of feet by the torrent of flames. He was directly blasted into the fire area. Yi Xing cultivated the pure Yuan art, and his celestial essence was strong. Even if his body was pushed back dozens of feet, the celestial essence shield protecting his body was still intact and undamaged. However, The endless flames in all directions made him feel incomparably hot. The crystalline fire beast was stronger in flames. Even in the fire area, this crystalline fire beast, which was equivalent to a 6-star martial saint, was a great enemy of Yi Xing. Now Yi Xing's situation was even more dangerous. Whoosh! Yi Xing's body continued to retreat. With the attack power of the torrent of flames, the speed of Yi Xing's retreat was extremely fast. In an instant, Yi Xing adjusted his battle strategy. He opened up the distance and shot with his bow and arrow. He did not want to fight the crystalline fire beast head-on. The purple feather spear in Yi Xing's hand turned into a spirit pattern bow in the blink of an eye and shot out a blue sandalwood arrow. Whoosh! The arrow broke through the air and tore the air. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the crystalline fire beast. This arrow, which was as fast as flowing light, was enough to kill any 4-star martial saint. Even a 5-star martial saint would not be able to block it. However, in front of the crystalline fire beast, it was nothing. The crystalline fire beast stretched out its claws and slapped. It was like slapping a mosquito. It slapped the arrow to the ground and smashed it into pieces. Roar! The crystalline fire beast roared again. It shook the heavens and the earth. Its body moved and waves surged. It pounced toward Yi Xing. 4 symbols arrow art. Vermilion bird arrow style. Yi Xing drew his bow again. The arrow left the bowstring and with endless flames, it turned into a vermilion bird that was formed by flames. It charged toward the crystalline fire beast. The vermilion bird was 10 feet long. It was much bigger than the crystalline fire beast and looked extremely terrifying. The vermilion bird arrow style was a fire-based martial art. It was strong when it came into contact with fire. When it was used in this place of flames, its power would be multiplied. However, the crystalline fire beast was a fire-based demonic beast. It lived in flames and was least afraid of the power of fire. Facing the vermilion bird that was bigger than it, the crystalline fire beast pounced toward it without fear. Rip! The crystalline fire beast waved its claws and tore the vermilion bird apart. The arrow was also knocked away. The vermilion bird arrow style could not hurt it. Maybe Yi Xing could use the Sagittarius constellation to shoot an arrow that could threaten the crystalline fire beast. However, Yi Xing did not have the chance to do so. The crystalline fire beast tore the vermilion bird apart. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing put away his bow and took out his purple feather spear. In the flames, Yi Xing could not see the crystalline fire beast from a distance. The bow and arrow required distance. Hence, to fight the crystalline fire beast here, the bow and arrow were not the best weapon. It was better to fight the crystalline fire beast in close combat. There will be 4 updates today. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.